I've been doing pretty good. I'm pretty excited to get into these matches. These are the last ones before the seasonal, so probably see some pretty interesting lineups tonight. You got it eventually. Can I get those deck lists up so I can see what they're playing? Anon is on Trina Viego, Draven Viscion, and Physophilios. I mean, more of more of card gamer. I don't know how much I helped, but it's it's a tough list to play. I'm sure there's gonna be plenty of people playing it, and I hope them all the best. But like, it's very difficult. There's so many choices to make. Yeah. And on Conan's side, he's kind of slowing down. No real way to develop. Like, sure, there's Poros, but can't play Scion next turn. The only way you're getting a Lost Soul down is if you get excited something, which doesn't feel great. Well, no right, and yeah, but Prodigy, we don't see that in their hand yet. Only running one in the deck, so Conan maybe just might just fire it off as soon as they have the burn to say you probably don't have it. Yeah. Yeah, the question is just, is it going to be fast enough? Click on this. Ooh. Yeah. The We do see Conan has the sign in hand who's ready to flip. Prodigy has Quicksand to stall for a turn, but that means that you're playing Quicksand on sign and not on some of these 1/1 Poros. They're just going to start chipping in more and more damage.
Quick hands make quick work. Step lightly.
Yeah, Conan's probably just going to take the bulk of this damage, not block with any of the Poros, saving it for those chip damage to push. Prodigy has double Red of the Arcane, so but they might not see how close they are to dying at the moment.
Lamb to the slaughter.
Maybe not though. You want to save that for face. Like at this point, Sion, it doesn't matter when he dies and has the second half. You're just getting through whenever. Ooh. Prodigy has the Hourglass in hand, so you might want to go for that to ping off the second Poro, and then your Quicksand is hitting one Poro and one Scion.
Power from the desert.
A little further. Bingo.
Yeah.
Bear witness to the only true ascended.
And we also see that Prodigy is running double Clockwork Curator, so, you know, the meta shifted a bit. People aren't trying to hard counter Monostream anymore, so, you know, with the Clockwork Curator, to bring it back to its former glory, it's very powerful still.
Who dares?
Oh, right. Forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, personally, I mean, I haven't played too much Science Sundist, but the one that always gets me is Viego decks. It's just so painful. It's like, oh, Viego can't flip because nothing died anymore.
Is he here yet? Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, Zera Swanky. Now, Conan, interesting. I think Prodigy is fishing for their Rite of Negation. Because if they play Azir, they can't deal with any burn ever again. Because that's the only way Conan's winning right now. Conan can't win on board because everything's getting pinged by Zeref. The only way to stop it is to have Rite of Negation for whatever burn Conan has.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Conan makes it though, right? Because you have to play 2 units, one to pop it, one to pop the landmark, and another one to absorb it next turn. I mean, with the Unraveled Earth and all the Right Arcanes, I think that's just game. Yeah. Yeah. 1 damage off, and or 2 damage off? Forget. Very, well, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sure you have a lot to say about this. No, no.
Is he here yet? Oh man.
They're actually running pretty close to what you run. 2 Minefield, 3 Naturalist. No. Oh, what's the burst spell? Yeah, no unleashed energy. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Me too, kiddo. Me too.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, playing Sign is an action, so you can always save it and drop it afterwards. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. Very explosive opening. Yeah, I mean, like, the biggest thing is just, like, we can see the double Desert Naturalist in Prodigy's hand. The, Endless Devout's just gives so much board presence if you're able to flip them or have the second half come out, and just ignoring them? Great game plan. Oh, not again. Oh, perfect. Another 5 minutes of me talking to myself.
Default. Okay. We fixed it. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I don't know what happened to my mic. It defaulted back to the default, which is confusing to me. But we got it fixed now. Phansora has been holding down the fort while I was apparently muted.
I would hope so.
Quicksand comes out here.
Alright. Yeah. Unfortunately, Conan's hand is a little bricked. We have two Get Excited, but, like, it's not quite enough.
Yeah, and we played out this rider just as a 3-1, although it doesn't really matter to get the discard, but as it's going to be blocked regardless, still would have liked to have found some way to get value out of these Get Exciteds. And let me just take a peek at the list here and see if there's a rummage from the side of Kanan. That would probably be the best top deck here.
One rummage, yeah.
Oh, and there are only 2 decimates in the list, so that's the odds of him drawing it last turn were a little bit unlikely. Now we're going to see the Desert Naturalist come out and the Rite of Arcane held to clear up this board, and this is going to be a potential lethal swing from the side of Prodigy.
Yeah, I mean, even if it isn't... Oh, just
Kanan,
calls it there.
Yeah, just decides that they are going to go next. That'll take us back to the desk here while we take a peek at the matchups and see if we can get it sorted. Any other matchups that stand out to you from this first round, Phansora?
Oh boy, this will take some...
A better way might be to just look through your friends list and see who's playing.
Yeah.
We can just do it that way. I have almost everybody at this point.
I mean, if we went to, a Wombat for the first game, we'll go to my team for the next game. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
AJ versus...
Have to search on the bracket here. AJ...
Alright, he's spectating. He's a buy first round. Never mind.
That happens sometimes, unfortunately. I see Ian is playing. I don't know if we have the second hand for that. Grandpa Roji's also playing.
I'll try to add them.
Do you have metal?
I don't think so. I have Roji, I have Lunari, I have Jason, and I have Christmas Time.
Let me see if I have metal. I don't have metal. Luna is against Black Boss, and I think I
do
do
you-
have Black Boss, so we can get into
Do
that.
you have? Okay. Also, there's Christmas Time versus Haneke. Either one.
Oh, that could be a good one too. I'm sure I have Haneke, unless I do have Haneke. We can do that.
No one has spectate allowed.
That's because everybody's prepping for seasonals. All right, and if you want to shoot him a PM, maybe he can get it up for us, and then you can just let me know, and I can bring it back in. And this is a comet coming out onto the Ophelia. It's going to take out the rainbow fish as well. This is where you want to be if you're Christmas time. You're representing a lethal swing of your own here. Yeah, of course, we do see that the guiding touch is available. But
Oh, this also looks like game 1. We're gonna be into a full set.
amazing.
With those timers are quite low.
And I'm just going to go ahead and turn our scoreboard off, I imagine. Wrong button. Sorry, chat. I was taking a nap before this. Still waking up a little bit. Have to get your rest for a long night.
Okay,
No.
we should be able to see the other half of Christmas Time's hand coming up soon.
Great. There it is. There's a Mystic Shot. So Christmas Time has to think that he's got lethal here. Is going to... Scuff stream. Wrong buttons. Oh, man, it's not a Mario stream on a Friday night if Monty's not scuffing it. That's okay, though. Guiding Touch comes out. Haneke going to dig. Finds a lantern, which is great, but not perfect. I think this is still going to do it for Christmas Time. Our board is going to have to get traded down. And that's an Infernum that was cycled. Haneke recognizes this.
Yep.
It's the GG.
Oh my goodness, we just missed a 20-minute Fizz or a Feliosmere.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. Thank God for that. I don't know what would have happened to my mental if we had to start off the night with such a grueling match. Instead, we got to see some nice, fast, quick gameplay, and we got in right to the important part of the Aphelios mirror, determining the winner.
Yeah, I mean, luckily we're gonna see another Aphelios game because one of them's still on it.
Yep.
Or who won?
Haneke pivoting over to Pantheon into Pirates. Pirates. Thank you, chat. I appreciate you guys trying to let me know I'm muted. I will have fixed it.
How long is the delay? It's 5 or 10 minutes.
It should be 5.
Okay.
Should be 5. 300 seconds. That's 5 minutes. It's been fixed.
I have my orders.
Well, looking at the list, Christmas Time does not have your favorite tech card in Pirates.
Might? That's good. I'm
Might.
happy for that.
No might.
I really am not a fan of Might and Pirates. I don't see a purpose behind it. All your units that need Overwhelm have Overwhelm. Although Christmas Time is on a full set of TF, if I saw correctly. So
Yep.
maybe Might matters a little bit more in this one, but still, I don't like diluting my Zap draws with stuff that isn't burn. A lot of people don't even like running Make It Rain or even Sigil of Malice because they want that burn so heavily. They want that Noxian Fervor so targeted, rather. And Christmas Time, considering taking this block, 2-1 is great, but taking out a goat is better. Second Crackshot Corsair, going to be super valuable as well. And now has options to develop into this turn.
With the one-drop pull, they might change their mind. Yeah.
I think you always...
He's running the Fleet Feather Tracker version, which is... I saw one of my post lists. This is just in this exact situation where you want to go wider against aggro.
Yeah, they were both Whatami and Kevlar were saying this kind of helps shore up your aggro matchup. If this is the only swing that comes out from Christmas Time, I would imagine we're going to see one of these 1-2s picked off next turn. Instead, it does look like he's going to go for the full swing, wants to push damage around the outside while he can, and force trades while he still can.
Beautifully worded.
Thank you. It's been a struggle today. I was casting Aegis League earlier with Eni, and both of us had caught the The cat had caught both of our tongues at the same time. It was quite entertaining, but I'm sure not the best viewing experience for our lovely viewers.
Well, with these trades, Christmas time doesn't look like they're in the greatest spot. Henneke has the Cataclysm for any scary card Christmas time can put out.
Yeah, and we saw this earlier in Aegis League as well. Once with the Cataclysm available and with being able to stave off that little bit of early aggression, it's really going to come down to how much burn can Christmas time find, and will they be fast enough to close it out before Henneke can do it, can flip the table on its head and come out ahead.
Yeah, and blue cards just to fish more and more.
Zap is a good
to get
pickup.
an auction fervor.
Zap is a really good pickup here. Mara weren't going to come down instead, just wants to develop some blockers.
Yeah, I mean the problem is just like Henneke's not low enough to go for the burn game plan. You still need to push a few more points through board pressure.
And this MF is most likely
no.
going to be punished by the... Yep, there it is. Now it takes the barrier off, but that's not going to do a whole lot. Still has more attackers than blockers, but not by much. Gonna go ahead and sack the TF here, get the 1 point of damage.
Well, if we look at Christmas Time's hand, right? This is only pushing 1 damage, and Christmas Time has 5 more in hand between the Noxian Fervor off the Zap and the Demolitionist.
And we do see that there's no sharp sight, so the Zap will likely get through as well. Zenith Blade pickup, though, this is going to be huge for Henneke.
Goodness.
Another Fervor, though. That makes things potentially a little bit better for the side of Christmas Time, but we'll see. I don't think he's going to be quite fast enough at this point. Pantheon's showing that maybe Aggro isn't going to be able to take him out after all.
Oh. I mean, Pantheon coming down, Henneke's probably just trying to flip and see if he can high roll the elusive.
I think that's a good line.
Yeah, because like it's not just, it's elusive and lifesteal. If you hit either of those, game's probably over.
Gotta agree with you, friend. And there's the sharp sight too, so the elusive doesn't even matter now. Just gonna come down to whether or not he can find lifesteal. Precious Pet comes out. I imagine we'll also see the Demolitionist here, and then Noxian Fervors to follow up. Will it be enough? Math is for the blockers, and well, Henneke's blocking, so I guess we gotta count it out. 6 off the Fervors, 2 off the Zap, not gonna get through. 2 off the Demolitionist, that will...
Oh, that's lifesteal and elusive.
Oh boy. Caster blessed. Phansora,
Oh my god.
big Henneke fan, clearly.
Yep.
Wants him to win.
Christmas Time is also a little shocked.
Can even just jam some spells onto this Pantheon to buff him up now. I think this stops the attack altogether from C-Time, and he just now needs to... Honestly, has the Scout too. Can't even stop the healing with the Fervors. The attack has to come out, and it has to be stopped on the block. Will it be enough? It might be. It is going to be just enough.
Yeah. Henneke might have to fish for a, like a single combat.
Henneke redeciding his blocks here. Gonna save a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know that you can win on the next attack, so you're just trying to stay alive as much as possible.
Yeah. And C-Time, of course, is going to go ahead and rip that Noxian Fervor once Henneke hits commit.
I think this might be enough if Henneke can't find a single combat.
And Henneke looks
There
like
it
he's
goes.
going to recognize it. Cataclysm, not good enough. Fervor comes out. And we're going to game 3. Very well piloted by Christmas Time.
Yeah.
Managed to make it there anyways, even though it looked quite dire for him for a little bit. Yeah, with Henneke committing this Cataclysm, there's no chance you don't
That's game.
rip it. Game over for Henneke.
Yeah, very well done by Christmas
Actually,
Time.
wait, that was 2-0, right?
I think that
Christmas
was
Time won the
2-0,
last
right?
one as well. So once again, we'll head back over to the caster desk here and take a peek at our bracket.
Christmas Time just proving that teching and Fleet Feather Trackers isn't enough to stop top decking and Noxian Fervor.
Yeah, that's really what it came down to at the end there. Okay, Jason is up against Professor Azar. Let's see if I have that player. Maybe we can get the boss man up on screen. Ardent Guardian versus B. Do I have B? I don't think so. We'll find out here. One good thing about these open rounds, about these single elim tournaments, is that they go fast, which I'm a big fan of tonight.
Yeah. I'm sure you'd be a big fan of Jason, who has a 3 explosive minefield on board.
I sure as hell hope he duplicated that with Talia and isn't main decking 3. That is a bit clunky for sure.
No, he only has 2, he duplicated 1.
Okay, okay. See if B accepted my friend request. Looks like in-game, so probably not going to. I know personally when I click on the friends list while I'm going after that, it gets, it takes me out of focus a little bit. Part of the problem with this is that the bracket is super hard to navigate. Oh, do you have Tupac or Infinite Patrons? We can get into that one for sure. I have both those players.
I don't. I can try to friend them.
Well, maybe Tupac removed me as well. Oh, these tournament players and cleaning their friends list. Gentlemen, we're just trying to bring you guys a show. Is Void playing tonight? Let's see. Who is Void up against? Void is up against BB Bean. I have BB Bean. Do you happen to have Void?
I thought I did at some point.
Again with the tournament players and cleaning their friends list. I have Void too, but we might just have to get into some single hand games here. So that way we can keep the action going for our players. And here we see Pantheon up against Viego. How is this matchup supposed to go?
I mean, I think it's Pantheon favored. You're just trying to level your Viego and then basically board lock them with Viego and hope that, you know, remove all the big threats. You have Vengeances, you have Viego spell if you really need to, but it's a bit of a race.
Definitely. I think it's going to come down to whether or not BB Bean has a not a sharp sight, a quicksand or two.
Quicksand. Well, even then, like, in other matchups, quicksand, you can quicksand and then block and kill a unit. You're not doing that here. Your unit's dying to whatever you blocked. Even through the quicksand oftentimes.
That's true. That is also true. The Zenith Blade is a great pickup from the side of Void.
Got a lizard and a shovel.
Especially against these, like, Zenith Blade and Yumi are just how you essentially get infinite value against these decks that are going to stall you out for long periods of time.
You're covered.
Void accepted my friend request if you want to swap sides.
Yeah, we can do that for sure. Give me 1 second here to just enable some stuff, fix some stuff. Exit spectator. Jump into BBB inside.
It looks like Bean is considering, yeah, red mitigation.
Yeah, I think it's a great play. There's not a whole lot of other stuff you want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's a tough decision because, like, Zenith Blade does give the Pantheon player just so much pressure during these, like, 5, 6 turns. But it also feels bad to, spend 4 mana stopping a 3 mana spell. You can't really reliably kill a unit because they could have a single combat and you kind of get blown out then. And if you kill a mana gem, that doesn't feel good either.
Submission or death for all who live.
Wait a minute, Endless Devout isn't standard, is it?
In the Aggro list, it's not, but I've seen some people begin to make that adjustment and start to add it to their lists, so that way they can continue to run stuff like the Desert Naturalist and improve their matchups there a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. For all the other, like, Shrima decks.
Yeah. I'm just fixing some more broadcast stuff, some more logos and whatnot. And hopefully we will be able to get this back in shape. Just a second here. There we
Both
go.
players have these champions out. Let's see what these Pantheon keywords are. Ooh. Challenger's going to be a problem. I wonder if Void decides to go after Viego here. It's a little risky in case Bean has Quicksand, but if you get through, you're in a very good position.
Yeah. I think you just have to play into the Quicksand at this point. Doesn't have the mana to pre-commit the Bastion, unfortunately, but
Especially with the second Pantheon in hand, I think Void's just sending it in. If you lose Pantheon, no big deal.
Yeah, you're not too upset about that.
And actually, with this Sharp Sight, Pantheon stays alive.
I think you go for it here, right? There's no reason not to. You have second Pantheon. Maybe you save your other Fated unit with the Zenith Blade on it. Decides to keep the Pantheon instead. Going down to 4 HP is not the spot you want to be in if you're BB Bean.
And, like, this Pantheon is probably going to die following turn, but Void's just going to set up another one.
And can be saved once again with the second Sharp Sight off the top. We'll see if he chooses to do it. Does want to go for it.
Like, pulling with a Fire Priest is kind of risky, but you don't exactly have something better. If anything, you're, like, trading off your Hydrovine. That doesn't feel right either.
Yeah, I think trading off the Hydrovine is, like, one of the biggest mistakes you can make, probably. Quicksand picked up now.
Quicksand, a little late.
Void is a good enough player that I imagine he's going to be pre-committing this Spell Shield into the next turn onto
I imagine
the attack
it's,
swing.
yeah, it's going to be Taric here and then Taric Bastion your Pantheon. Oh, really?
Interesting.
Huh.
We do have Elusive.
Okay. I mean, like, this is still winning.
Nothing to be found from the side of BBB. Nothing in hand. Not going to be quite enough. That Bastion came up super clutch.
Mm-hmm.
And that looked like it might have been a game one.
How far into the bracket are they? Oh, yeah, that's probably...
We will see in just a second here, though. And here we have Ziggs Talia into a mono Viego of Voids. BBB and taking some inspiration, running that Unleashed Energy. I am going to take full credit for popularizing that. So
Go ahead.
we'll see. I don't know that I can in this case. I've done a couple other things that I can take credit for. Aggro Trist, I'll take credit for that one. There's a few things here and there, but this one, maybe it's a little presumptuous of me to claim, but I'm gonna do it anyways. You're gonna make me happy.
Split. 3 Hexplosive, 2 Unleashed, 3 Naturalist, 2 Arsenal.
Wow. I think if you're running that many Hexplosives and like Unleashed, I don't know that you can be on Arsenal that heavily. I'm not even a fan of Arsenal in the list at all. It does kind of help out your slower matchups, but a lot of the time, like we saw in previous games, if you don't get that Roiling Sands out early, if you don't, or the Unraveled Earth out early to get those Roiling Sands down, if you don't get these Chemists out early, the Arsenal can come down at turn 8 with only 2 or 3 landmarks popped, and then you're in a really bad spot.
Mm-hmm. We see Bean just trading off the 2-3, especially against Viego, like, because Viego benefits so much about having his own units die. You just kind of want to keep the board clean prior to turn 5, so that way they don't have an easy way to flip Viego. Or not flip Viego, but get him going.
Gently,
Fairly reactive hands from both players. Void's going to be able to drop Viego next turn and probably consider sending in the Waking Sands, although fairly risky considering Viego hasn't been pumped yet.
Yeah. You really do want to be saving these for when you have the Viego down, just so you can hyper accelerate that level up.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rock Hopper means that Viego's going to have vulnerable if he comes down now. The Void maybe feeling a little bit foolish about not starting off the turn that way. Of course,
I mean, if you're looking at... Sorry.
I was just going to say, of course, there is always the option of having this Rite of Arcane, and BBB should just go for it in this position. There is...
Yeah, I mean, Void's tapped under Hourglass, so...
First Viego going down is going to set Void back quite far.
Oh?
watch your head.
Oh no.
I'm not sure I like this, because Viego stays alive here.
Yeah. This is the other problem with running so many arsenals, right? You get hesitant to throw away your mana gem. You could very well toss the Preservarian there, and that's not really a huge issue, but if...
I think given your hand state, I think you'd prefer the draw over the mana gem.
Exactly, yeah. I gotta agree with you there. The Talia shows up now, and with this Minefield on the field and the Unleashed Energy, it's gonna enable BBB to stun up this entire board. And she is flipping.
It's flipping.
So little when family means so much.
If Void doesn't develop this Merciless, I think you might just want to rip the Unleashed Energy right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Even with the Merciless being developed, I think you might want to rip it and just buff up one of these 3/1s. Oh, okay.
Wait.
Why are we...
Why not kill the Viego with Talia?
Got a lizard and a shovel.
Okay, there's a chance that they block the Talia with the 4/2, and then you can rip the Unleashed Energy to push that back, but you're still getting Ghost blocked. This is just iffy. This is just iffy. I have no real...
This Viego's at 12. He's leveling really soon.
Yeah, the Red of the Arcane is going to get denied here.
Kill the 2-2, yep.
Yeah, BBB had this game very well in their hands, but just played a little bit scared, played a little bit greedy.
I think the main thing is just like trying to greed as much as possible.
While the Talia was flipped, I'm not sure this Magus was, and it is. I can't count how many landmarks have been destroyed. Magus going to come down now, offer some amount of protection.
Well, not really, because that Talia's getting stolen.
Yeah, we're just dying here.
Well, there's nothing you could have.
Void might... Okay, no, Void's just going to play this nice and slow. I was going to say Void might decide to go in with a full swing and just try and kill, but doesn't need to, recognizes that, and as such is just going to let this Viego flip, kill the Talia, and that is not concerned.
Like the best that Bean could have done there is you Hourglass and then you can Absolver next turn, but with the Quicksand, no need to do anything, just play it slow. This Arsenal's not going to be enough, I don't think.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I don't think it's going to be quite enough. This attack, still not going to be enough either. Maybe it will be.
Not with the double Quicksand.
Yeah, true. Double Quicksand is just going to stop it dead in its tracks.
Yeah, because Void's going to commit one Quicksand, Bean's going to send the Absolver, and then second Quicksand's going to seal it. Because Void's going to be attacking 5 wide next turn. Everything deals a bajillion damage. Oh. Not even Quicksand. Or not even Absolver.
Yeah. Just wants to stop the biggest unit. Just
Everything
a little
is 6
awkwardly
health.
played. Yeah, everything's got the same HP, so... I don't know.
I think it's going to be game no matter what Bean draws.
Now where did I leave that beaker?
Yeah. Talia number 2 goes down. Full board from the side of Void. This Viego could have been stopped dead in its tracks on curve, but greed took over, and BB Bean is getting punished for it.
I mean, you just go for the full swing. Can't block it out. No unleash energy to pop another explosive.
Arsenal doesn't even get an opportunity to hit the board, and that's also part of the reason why I don't really like the card in the list. This is more than 20 here. And nothing for BB Bean to do.
Just Void taking a victory lap before heading pushing resolve. Who won game 1 again?
I think BB Bean did. I don't
Okay.
no, the Pantheon did, so Void 2-0. I don't know.
These games are blurring together already. We've watched like 3 games.
I know. We'll give this a second to see if it fires off.
Mhm.
While we're waiting, I'll cut us back to a quick desk here. And transition. There we go. So it's been a pretty exciting night so far. These rounds are moving quite quickly.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the website doesn't need Greg to go ahead and fire each round individually. It just continually pairs. So let's see if we can pick another one. Friend of Zoe versus Ferretto seems to be ongoing. I think that was a 2-0 for Void at the end.
We also have AJ versus Ian Noguera.
Okay, we can do that one. I have Ian. You can jump into AJ's side.
Yep, sounds good.
And we're heading back into another game. Ian is on what I'm guessing is a Phalios, and yep, it is. And AJ playing that Riven Fizz.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, you guys kind of rolled us with this list in Aegis League the other day. Is it stronger than people give it credit for?
I mean, probably, because people don't think this deck exists for the most part.
It's true.
It's just like, this deck is basically, imagine the most explosive finish with Fizz that Fizzophelius can do, and then multiply that by 10. And that's what this deck is all about.
I see. I have seen some nasty Riven Fizz combo turns where both of them have overwhelmed quick attack, double attack, some gross stuff. Riven gets up to like 20 attack. Fizz has 5 plus double attack, and that's basically the same thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, we saw this deck pop up like a few months ago at the end of the last Vandal expansion, but ever since like MonteXristo came back, this has kind of fallen off. That was a really bad matchup. Meta wasn't in good shape for it, but right now with all these slower Shrima decks that wait until turn 7 or 8 to do something, if you can beat them by like turn 6 or 7, it's pretty good right now.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Ian deciding that this Lantern has done its job, just going to be a little bit of a blocker here, save himself some HP. Also firing off the ping in that Pokey Stick just to take out the 3-1. And I like this line.
Yeah. I found that this matchup is fairly favored for Fizz Riven. If Fizzophelios can get off to a really wide board early on, then they can win, but Fizzophelios does not have a good way to deal with Riven or Fizz. Riven at 5 health is kind of big, especially whenever she trades, she has quick attack, so you're not really chipping her down, and then Fizz obviously is Fizz.
Mm-hmm. And here we're going to see the Rainbow Fish come out onto the Assistant Librarian, Ian hoping that it can get through and push some damage. AJ opts to play the Conchologist over a Fizz of his own.
It's Guile, Quicken, and Blood for Blood.
Interesting options.
Yep,
Went for the
that
Guile.
seems like a good choice.
Yeah, Quicken is a consideration, but you don't really want to be bouncing anything in this deck from the opponent's side anyways. So Guile, a little bit more straightforward there. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't just try and stop that draw from the Librarian, but maybe Fizz Rally is a key to victory here, and we want that option available.
Yeah, so the scary card there is Stress Defense. No Wallop.
Opting not to play the Blade onto Riven there either.
Let's see. Fizz at 3 out of 6, so basically leveling this turn.
Yeah,
A funny fact about Fizz, Fizz level 2 is still bugged.
Mm-hmm.
So fast spells no longer, fast spells still use the old cast to trigger Fizz.
Yeah, and he also pops. He also fast spells won't immediately pop with level 2 Fizz either. Like if there's something's targeting him, it has to resolve for it to do the thing. And there's also a priority bug with that.
Yeah, as AJ unfortunately found out yesterday facing your teammate Monty.
Yeah. Luckily for us, we did manage to win one set out of the 3.
AJ's probably just like trying to plan out the turn. Knows that Garrus probably has this Gravitum. Is it?
It is Gravitum.
It's Gravitum, but that was the first Aphelios one, so AJ doesn't know yet. Yeah.
Make the assumption.
You can infer that there's gonna be a Gravitum on this ribbon. Yeah. So this is the one consideration for wanting to play Blade of the Exile last turn after Aphelios comes down. Since you can just start popping all your focus and burst speed stuff and get in for a really big attack.
Now, we do have the option to go for a Friendship here to stop this Gravitum, but it taps us out of all of our other choices and puts Fizz at risk.
Yeah, I think it's good not going for it. oftentimes, like, in this matchup, right, it's stress defense is the only worrisome part for Fizz. So you want to set up your big attack with Fizz and Papercraft Dragon, and you can pre-commit your spell shield, so that way there's no way to get rid of it.
Yeah, that is very true. Now, Ian deciding what he wants to phase into. I'm thinking it's probably the Severum there, but we'll see when he plays another spell.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at, like, AJ's board, Calibrum, there's nothing to shoot. You're going to shoot a 2-1 that's blocking anyway.
Near full swing comes out from AJ.
Yeah, without the quick attack on Fizz, you don't really want to trade it in. It's not worth, like, putting Might. You're not pushing all that much damage.
And as we mentioned earlier, Fizz Rally might be a good way to close out this game on a later turn. So continuing to have that option available is a good shout for AJ. Trades come out.
At this point, like, if Ian gives AJ action, AJ's playing stun on the Librarian most likely. But if that doesn't happen, it might be best just trade off your Fizz so Unigare doesn't draw another card, and then you just replay your Fizz.
Also true. Although Fizz, while we do see the Death's Hand in hand for the side of AJ, picked up off that Conchologist, the Librarian can grow and heal with a lot of the options in Ian's deck. And looks
we
like
also see Papercraft.
Death's Hand was picked up here. Yeah, Papercraft a great hit off of that face route. Can even replay this Rainbow Fish now. This is going into Ian's attacking turn. Going to be able to present multiple threats.
I don't think it's quite enough. I think AJ still has the next attack to set up lethal.
I think you're right.
Partly because of the Guile pickup, right?
Yeah.
Because if Unigare develops the Papercraft, then you use Guile the Aphelios.
And we'll most likely see that come out now. Actually, going to be a Pokey Stick to cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not enough damage Ian's presenting.
You're not at risk of dying yet, so no need to do anything fancy here. Trixie Tentacles could potentially discard that Guile.
It could, but, like, I wouldn't pick it if I were Ian, considering all the Blade Fragments there are.
Yeah.
It's probably Cloud Stance?
Octopus is not a bad look either, having some information on the hand, but again, there's quite a few of those Blade Fragments in there, and pranking those, not super important. And now we're stuck with a dead Calibrum. We might actually have to shoot our own unit if we ever want to cycle this. Ian maybe kicking himself a little bit for not dropping the Papercraft Dragon while he had the discount.
Yeah. And just can't drop it now, because then taps out for Fizz, and then, you know, who knows what AJ has.
There is still that Conchologist card that we've not seen. Fizz gonna get the attack buff here. Level up as well. And the attack's gonna come out.
Yeah, I think that's the right play to just block it off. I don't know about blocking with Riven, though. I think blocking with Fizz is fine because you have a backup, but Riven is much easier to remove than Fizz is. And putting her to 3 is, you know, Group Shot plus Pokestick, which obviously Ian doesn't main deck Group Shot and has already played a few Pokesticks, but when you're this close to just winning next turn, you need to be thinking about everything they can do.
Definitely something I've messed up on more than one occasion. Being too narrow-sighted in what I play around, and then just dropping a game that I feel like I should have been able to close out easily.
Right, because, like, AJ's not getting pinged down. There's no need to, like, necessarily take every block.
Absolutely.
Ian still doesn't have a way to deal with this.
Yeah, no Gravitum, stuck with this Calibrum.
I imagine we're gonna see a push for lethal from AJ.
Double Might,
10 mana.
Friendship, lots of Blade Fragments, a Guile even to stun out the Aphelios. This is probably going to close it for AJ. I think you're right about that one, my friend.
The question is whether AJ is going to try to like develop or more, not develop more, but like stun out the Aphelios, play the Exile. I think it's better just you put Friendship on Riven.
Is there anything you're really scared of from the side of Ian at this point? Just that group shot.
Or stress defense.
Yeah, stress defense, right. Is that being main decked?
There's one main deck stress defense is the only problem. No wall up, no group shot.
A lot of different tech options in that last 48th card slot for this Aphelios deck, and different players are on different things. Ian hits skip, doesn't want to fall victim to any shenanigans. Says, I still have a chance to come back. Heads up play.
I think AJ was worried that if he pre-commit Might, there were no defensive spells for the Fizz.
That's true. We didn't need to pre-commit the Might, though. We could have done the Ribbons, Blade Fragments, and then...
yeah, that would have been enough. But you don't have anything... Actually, no, you still don't have anything.
Yeah, it's tricky, but being able to bluff... Again, this deck from Ian doesn't have a whole lot of options, but we did see that Conchologist card being held, so AJ playing around the unknown there has decided to take it a little bit slower. And we'll see if it's going to count and give Ian an opportunity to close out.
I think the play was you don't put Quick Attack on Fizz, because you're putting for lethal, you just put the Overwhelm, so that way you have mana for both Weapon Hilt and Might.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds very good to me. Now, will Ian just cycle the Moon Weapon to get himself access to Crescendum? Or Infernum, rather. Oh, and now that we're being given a unit, I think you probably do. Just want to have maximum mana available for next turn and the Moon Weapon that you need. Guile, of course, going to be able to answer any shenanigans.
Ian does have a one of Bastion as well, but then again, not in hand.
Yeah, it looks like he agrees. Is going to go ahead and cycle it. Phasing 2. Gravitum does go straight into Infernum, right? Yeah,
I forget.
it does. So that'll be the pick there. And now I'm going to assume we'll see the Papercraft Dragon thrown onto the Blast Cone Seedling. Oh, just Infernum to start off.
Infernum first.
What do you phase here? Crescendum? Just in case you need to go wide again? Calibrum to shoot a shark?
Well, I think because it's not just like playing it now to go wide. It's also how quickly can you get back to Gravitum, or Severum.
Also true. Guile being considered. Looks like it is going to be thrown out. Unsure of which to target, though.
I think it's the Overwhelm.
I agree. I think it's always the Overwhelm. You can give up your Fizz if you need to. It's a little unfortunate, but you have two Overwhelm units coming out, and as we've talked about a number of times this match already, Ian's deck doesn't have a whole lot of options for dealing with those things, just that stress defense.
Yeah, and also just like, because there's no wallop, this Riven can get in. If you stress defense Riven, AJ just plays Might, and now you have a 7 attack Riven again.
That's also true.
This might be game.
Yeah.
Oh no.
If you're Ian, you're very happy to see that.
AJ, no.
Double attack, Overwhelm, Impact. Gonna be enough here.
Oh no.
Ian takes it down in what is widely considered an unfavored matchup. Taking us to what might be game 2, might be game 3, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe not even anything else.
I just cast or cursed my own teammate.
Rest now, Fel.
It happens. It happens. I've done it a number of times at this point.
Well, congrats on Ian, though. Definitely played that very well.
Taking us
To their outs.
back to the desk here while we see if there's another game in that series, and taking a peek at the bracket again to see if I can find us another one to jump into if that was the last. Dudu to Nunu versus Jason Sensational, maybe. That might be a good one.
I have Nunu.
Should have Jason. We can get into that one for sure. There it is. Yep, we could do that one. Does look like it was, unfortunately, game 3 for your teammate and Ian. And game starting. Dudu to Nunu on. Is that Riven Fizz? Maybe.
Oh,
It is.
another Riven Fizz game. Perfect.
His deck is popping up out of nowhere, and Jason on his signature. Yasuo Leona. Blinged out and all.
And like,
When will I find peace?
Jason does have a hush for at least one of Nunu's swing turns.
That'll be good for him. But I wonder if it'll be enough to actually stop this. No Leona found. Mina Swiftfoot, though. That's an interesting card to be in the deck. Big fan.
Interesting.
This is not looking good for Jason.
Well,
Will of the Ionia, that's a good pickup.
No turning back now.
But Dudu can just go ahead and open attack
Conflict awaits.
and be really happy with how this plays out.
that's just no champions. That's so rough. It is both a champion and your 4-drop if you don't have any, like, casting on turn 4.
Almost a misclick from Jason there. Eclipse Dragon, great follower, but a little bit too slow. Probably not what you want to see here. Sun Guardian
Very
next
heavy
turn
game.
gives us an option for some damage, but still, we're getting smorked out by this wide board from Dudu.
One friendship, so can deal with this, maybe. But at this point, Nunu is just going to go wide. Just say, you can't answer all my threats.
Yeah. And Dudu recognizes that, goes ahead and plays the Assistant Librarian after the attack. And I imagine we'll play out some other cards here as well. There's the Blade Squire. Solari Soldier. That's a better find off of the second Ravoon.
For sure.
Papercraft Dragon comes down onto the Librarian, buffing it up even further. Now we have a 6/6 quick double attack unit.
We do have the Will of Ionia, but I mean, Jason's on 5 health.
If any of these units get through, it's going to be game, and I don't think there's a way for Jason to stop it. Dudu can even go ahead and play out the Blade Fragments to level the Riven, that she's going to double any attack from Might. This looks doomed.
Yeah, I mean, right, Jason has to play Will and Hush, and then not die to 2 other units.
Plus Might and Elixir of Iron and a second Might. And then 2 Pokey Sticks in the hand, so...
There's too much going badly here.
Will forced out here. Jason, I imagine, will... Dudu will, I imagine, will respond with a Might onto the Riven. And then, after the Hush, can just go for Elixir of Iron on the 2-1. We may even see the Elixir of Iron first, and yep, that's the one he opts to go for. Just
You-
commit less mana.
You also just force the Hush on something that's not your Riven.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's far and away game right now.
Playing around the second Hush here.
The second Hush that doesn't exist.
And now,
Just
Dudu hits the GG
You know-
emote. There's the Might on the Riven.
finally on the Riven. Just burning everything out of Jason's hand. Nicely done.
And now, unless these players played this game out they played their first game out in 5 minutes and this one out in less, it looks like we do have a full series on our hands this time. Should be very exciting. These are two phenomenal players, been around the scene for a very long time. See what they have to bring to the table tonight.
What are your thoughts on Leone Yasuo? I know it's like a Jason Sensational special.
I think it's a J Sensational special, and that you probably shouldn't play it if you're not him. Same way,
Fair
you
enough.
probably shouldn't play a lot of other things if you're not a lot of other players. It is a very interesting deck, and I think it's like a lot of fun. I haven't tried it myself, and I think Jason's built it very well. But I don't know. Like, Ionia Targon, it's cool, it's great, it's got some fun tools, but Yasuo, if Yasuo is ever good, the game will be in a very, very toxic space, and I've said that since day one.
Like, Ionia Targon's the best region. It birthed Zoe Lee Sin.
That's true. That's true. It did birth Zoe Lee Sin, but that deck is a special blend. And here we see Jason once again struggling to find some of those early game units that Daybreak decks are so known for. Due to just going ahead and shoving some early damage with this Saga Seeker. Has a second one, has a Petrosite Broadwing as well. Is going to be able to continue to advance this Pantheon level up.
2 Pantheons in hand. Decent opening, just probably looking for a Yumi or a Zenith Blade to start pushing just massive damage.
Yeah, the Comet is a pretty good pickup. Is going to let us deal with any major threats quite effectively, but is also quite expensive, and it's going to take a while for us to get to that point.
Nope, though, it does deal with Yumi.
Yes, it does, and
And
Yumi can
that's
be
very
super
important.
problematic. You're going to keep it in your back pocket for when that Yumi comes down almost every time. Leona comes down herself. She's going to be followed up by Ravoon next turn would be my best guess. She's not quite leveled up yet, but you do want to get her on the board, get her working towards that level up condition. So once she is, we can use the Morning Light that Jason is main decking to be able to stun lock almost an entire board.
This is Zenith Blade, so Dunu can start using these Pale Cascades in hand.
This has to get notified. Jason recognizes that, goes for it as well.
I mean, it's also like a pretty good Novify target.
Yeah, it's probably the best Dopify target in the deck, and the only one. I doubt Dudu's playing singles. Is he? Maybe.
He's playing 3 Kata, 3 single.
Okay, so Kata and single also Nopify targets, but
Like, especially in this situation where, like, Dudu Denunu just hasn't procced Pantheon, it's clear that they're fishing for ways to use it.
And another Saga Seeker picked up from the side of Dudu. Not great, but gonna be good enough with the stuff he has on board already. Maybe looking for a rally angle here. Unlikely with these big units on the board from the side of Jason. Ravoon as well means that this Sunhawk is always going to be able to stun. Leona's flipping now as well. Jason looks like he might have stabilized.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Dudu Denunu, it's very rare you see such a, like, unit-heavy hand. It's oftentimes you're scrambling for units. Much more than spells.
Very true. Another Pantheon as well.
3rd Pantheon.
That's not great. Not great in this position. Now Leona going to be able to start firing off some stuns. That level 2 Leona, I forgot about the buff. I always laugh with this buff because this is what Leona does. She stun locks entire boards. What good is Overwhelm when the whole board is stunned? You don't really need it.
So many.
But people loved it. They cried for it. They asked for it. They begged. Riot said, yeah, you know what? It doesn't do that much, so we'll give it to you. Jason maybe considering a deny. Or Will of Ionia even. If you will this, it's... Yeah, I think if you will it, it fizzles.
Are you sure it says and?
You're right, you're right. It's the other way around. I was confused.
And I think I've seen it where it doesn't fizzle, but I'm not sure.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Neat little effect from the Ravoon on board, playing that Morning Light. Or, not Morning Light. Heavens Aligned. Gives you both a Nightfall and a Daybreak unit. And in this case, got one of the better ones in the Elusive and in the Eclipse Dragon.
I mean, there's that Zenith Blade, which that Zenith Blade honestly might just get denied.
That does open up the way for Rally.
I mean, yes, but everything's stunned up.
Yeah. And things are going to continue to be stunned up. I imagine Jason's just going to keep representing mana, keep his options up.
Like, even if Dudu has a roll spell shot on the Pantheon, you've got, you know, Leona triggers to pop it, you have Concussive into Will of Ionia, and as of yet, there's no burst speed way to deal with, or to proc Pantheon.
And I was saying earlier how I think you probably shouldn't be playing this stun deck if you're not Jason, but if you're looking to target Pantheon, it's apparently very good at that. Yes, Dudu had a bit of a bricky hand, but Pantheon's leveled up at a reasonable time. He's got a Rally, he's drawn 2 Zenith Blades now. Having a Nopify for that first one is so critical and it's so powerful. Really sets them behind. Having the ability to stun out these units at unit speed, we'll say, as well as being able to Will of Ionia or use Concussive Palms, also very, very good. And, like we mentioned earlier as well, being able to find a Comet off of the Solari Priestess to deal with Yumis can also be quite powerful. Jason actually just going to go for the Comet here. Says, if you had a Yumi, you would have played it by now. I'm going to make use of my mana while I can. Take your Pantheon off the field. Already saw that one went back into the deck, but there's a third one. Sorry, pal.
I mean, I don't think Jason really cares about the third Pantheon.
No. He almost certainly
Just
does
kind of
it.
whatever.
Now we'll see if Pantheon can roll Spell Shield and force some awkwardness from the side of Jason. Or if he's just going to go down to this 6-cost spell. Sunburst.
No spell shield.
Scout.
You've got elusive scout, but like,
Not going to do you much good.
Scout attack if you're not attacking.
Not going to do you much good in this spot. We're going to get a game 3 on our hands.
Yeah, most likely. I imagine Jason's just probably thinking about how he can lose. Like, what possible cards that Dudununu can have that would result in him losing.
Not many. Just that Rally. But with Deny in hand, as long as you keep it up, you're chilling. Bastion, of course, could be an option to protect this Pantheon, but you do have multiple fast speed spells to go over top. Deny comes out on this Zenith Blade. Maybe this is a way for Dudu to take it back, but we obviously know Bastion in hand. The Pantheon's just going to go down to a Will or a Palm. Continue to be board locked.
It is, but like, what if Dudu did have Bastion?
You're in a bad spot then.
Exactly. I think you lose.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Deny was worth it myself. Goat comes out now. Will we see a swing? I think the Broadwing picks off a 2 attack unit at the very least. This swing is no good for you. You're just losing all your units into their board.
You are bluffing one card though. But yeah, I think Jason's playing it right and just not making any risky trades. You want Leona, you want Ravoon on the board. You're winning next turn anyway, just play it safe.
And just trying to keep his board as wide as possible as well.
Mm.
Now, we are going to lose our Leona, though. If this rally comes out anyways. Which it might have to.
We know there's no Bastion. Okay, well.
Some blocks are being forced here. Jason opting to keep the Ravoon alive. I'm not sure I agree with this either. I might have taken the even trade here.
Like, with the current hand state, Ravoon doesn't really offer it much.
Yeah, and another Ravoon, not really what you want to pick up here either.
I heard you like Ravoon. Single combat's not bad. It means that Jason can't win this turn, but with Dudanoon on top decking, eventually they're going to run out of stuff.
Yeah, Jason does still have lots of options to deal with the board. We can go ahead and play out this Shadestalker now. Get in for 2.
Yeah, just go in and tickle him to death.
Slowly but surely, still going to find his way to the end goal. Bright Steel Protector, not bad.
No, well, it's not good either.
No, it's not. There's a concussive bomb to deal with that. It also threatened any other trades. Eclipse Dragon being played out for some value here.
Those are some good pulls.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Probably-
Leona emote comes out. Morning Light also an option here,
Scourge,
but the
yep.
Scourge just going to be a better choice.
Scourge is certainly one of the flashier ways you can end it.
Speaking of the Scourge, you don't even need to main deck it now. We have a little baby one coming. Did you see the reveals today? Did you get a chance to look at some of the cards?
I skimmed them. Let me check.
Yeah, we have a new Nightfall Dragon that is effectively a little baby
Ooh.
Scourge. It's
Right,
very
the
cool.
Nightfall +2/+1.
Honestly, that might be the end game card that Daybreak decks need.
Oh yeah, no, I saw people are like, everyone's talking about being Nightfall. No, this is your finisher for Daybreak.
I think it's just a finisher for like any Targon strategy that wants to go wide, which I know there's not a ton of those right now, but maybe some kind of Targon Nox build comes out. I don't know. There's that archetype, that color combo has always been pretty fringe, kind of close. I'm really excited to brew up that a couple lists with that card myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the new cards look interesting, but I'm not sure if they're strong enough. That's like my general take on them.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried by Lurk getting a rally.
That's a little nuts.
Yeah, it's a little scary to me. I saw Drizoth on Twitter was saying that he doesn't feel like Lurk makes good use of Rally, but I think I disagree with that pretty heavily. I think that Rally is quite powerful for that archetype. But for this archetype, Yumi on a Saga Seeker is great. Duda going to be able to start advancing her level up condition and potentially finding a very quick way to protect Pantheon and give it permanent spell shield.
Yeah, no Vengeance yet in Jason's hand, so can't really deal with this. Like, even with his vulnerable, the Saga Seeker's not dying yet.
Second Saga Seeker comes down. Gem going to come down, activate that Pantheon condition, work towards his level up, and just create another threat.
Yeah, when you have stuff like card kill, like Vengeance, you want to spread out your threats a little bit.
The whole world will know my anguish.
That being said, I wonder if we're gonna see a Yumi level this turn. Probably not.
Maybe. It's not a terrible idea to try and threaten the Viego. Looks like Dudu's going for it. Quicksand forced out. Now, Pale not going to be quite enough, but Guiding should keep this alive. I can't count. No, it's dead.
No,
it's
doesn't.
exactly dead.
Fall to pieces.
High risk, high reward, but this time, no reward in sight. Unfortunately, just like Graves, Dudu has no cigar.
Oh. Man, are we ever gonna see Graves in Runeterra?
I would imagine so. I've heard some whispers that he might be one of the Runeterra champs. I've seen like nothing to indicate that, but I have heard people speculating about it. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure our champions are going to be Annie, Alawi, Gwen, and Jin. Those are the 4 that we're getting, but Graves should be coming eventually. I'm excited for another Bilgewater champion to impact that region. One of my favorites.
Mm-hmm. I do think TF is possibly my favorite champion in Runeterra. Just drawing cards and churning through the blue, red, gold cards is so much fun.
Yeah, it is very well designed champion. Really captures the same feel as he has in League of Legends.
Is this the face of fear?
We're coming up on Pantheon level time. We're just waiting to see if Dudununu ever draws him.
Yeah, found 3 of them last game and is now struggling to find even one. And yet again, we have a very unit-heavy hand from the side of Dudu. Jason just going to go ahead and pass this all the way down. Continue letting this Viego grow. Viego now at 11.
The ephemerals dying at round end means that you have one for next turn. It's pretty useful a lot of the time.
Yeah, it really is. Being able to continue that cycle is super critical. Here, this is actually going to be the level up for Viego, I think. Can I count? I can count in this case. Deny going to come out to stop this. Oh, maybe Quicksand.
Oh?
You can... I actually like the Quicksand. It removes the unit. And then you have the denies backup if some wonky stuff happens.
Yeah. Wow. Just calls it there.
Dudu could have still gone after it with the Petrosite Broadwing, but I guess decides that not quite worth it for him. I'm going to cut us quickly back to the desk here. What were you going to say about that one?
Oh, yeah, just like, maybe that was a bit premature finishing it, but like, Jason Sensational was still at full health. Viego's flipped. Any Pantheon you play is going to die next turn. So it was likely in Jason Sensational's favor.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to cut to a short break. I know you guys are enjoying all the action just as much as we are, but, you know, we got to get up and stretch our legs a little bit. These single elim tournaments without having any official rounds. Casters still need a bit of a break. We'll be right back, though. Thank you for sticking with us, and we hope to see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, MonteXristo, joined again by Phansora. We're so happy to have you all here joining us for this Gaming for Josh charity event sponsored by Pepper.gg. They've been wonderful sponsors, helping us bring you guys this tournament series, or this tournament tonight for such a wonderful cause. And we do have another match due to the single elimination nature of this tournament. Matches are pretty much constantly going, and we've got Just Some Bad Juju versus Prodigy. We are jumping into what looks to be game 2, and we're going to cut over to that very quickly here. Oh, it's still the end of game 1, maybe.
End of game 1.
And we see Pirates versus MonteXristo. Prodigy sacking his Sun Disc, going to keep himself alive here.
That's the thing with, like, some just into these faster matchups. This is probably the right play, and it just feels bad every single time.
It does. It really does feel bad every single time. It is going to level the Xerath, though, which will allow Prodigy to keep control of this board, and if he can just stave off some of this aggression, has the right of negation for any shenanigans. But this Island Navigator is going to allow him to push some damage around the outside. And now, are those...
with this crack shot.
Are those Rite of Arcanes in his hand, or are they extra Xeraths?
One of each.
One of each. That's not the best, not the worst. Imagine Juju's going to open attack with this Scout attack, and the Crackshot Corsair already on the board. Could consider developing the MF, but not necessarily the best choice here.
Yeah, probably thinking, hey, I've got a unit advantage. There could be some more Xerath Rite of Arcane in hand. I'll take the attack now.
And the Quicksand comes out to stop all the damage and protect the Xerath. Juju got to be a little bit upset about that, but knows that it's not there for this zap. Might change the line for him. Unravel there, though.
Under... We might just see the MF then. Because on 2 mana, MonteXristo can't do much of anything to stop you.
Yeah.
And there it is. We do see the ping, but...
Goes out onto the 0-1, and that's not a huge deal for Juju in this spot.
I imagine we're seeing the attack here. We see the, I forget what it's called, the Legion Rearguard in hand, but that's going to destroy your Crackshot Corsair.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. This attack looks pretty good to me. Going to be able to push 2 damage.
Wait, it was actually Prodigy's action. Decided not to play the 2-1. I guess it doesn't really matter.
I think he most likely wants to dig with this Preservarium and set it up so that way the Xerath is killing anything that is developed on a future turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there it is.
Yeah.
Prodigy, truly a master of this MonteXristo deck. Picking up another Xerath. Not necessarily what he wants to see in this position, but not something you're unhappy to see either. Getting access to more Rite of the Arcanes is never a bad thing.
I mean, we can see the 1 Rite of the Arcane. It really looks like Juju is just trying to make sure these Noxian Fervors are safe to take.
Prodigy, I would imagine, knows that and is likely going to make sure that he has Rite of Negation available for a future turn.
Wait,
now,
I think...
make it rain.
Oh no!
And that's why you
This
don't...
is what you were talking about earlier with breaking your draws.
Yeah, if this was a Fervor, Juju's feeling really, really good, but without it, things get dicey again. And now we could... Go ahead.
I was thinking, like, even if it's a Might, that's still a hell of a lot better than Make It Rain.
Yeah, it is. It is in this spot anyways. I wonder if Prodigy's going to go ahead and sack this landmark just to remove 2 units now. Wouldn't surprise me. Definitely considering it. Crackshot Corsair is going to die on the turn, but then we're taking 2 from the zap. Actually decides to go for the Treasure Seeker, decides this is a better line.
That's... I think Prodigy needs to top deck Quicksand, right? Otherwise it's game. Or sorry, the Crocodile Corsair is dying.
Yeah.
So just needs the quicksand.
Yeah, if he had gone for the Rite of the Arcane, he's still surviving this next turn, but with the line taken, we are looking kind of dead. Has 2 draws. That's not a quicksand. What about the next one? Not a quicksand either. Game 1 goes to Juju. Tight spot, tricky
I mean,
to
I think,
navigate.
yeah. Like, that is the thing, though. Like, what if Prodigy does have quicksand?
It's true. And now Prodigy going to go ahead and sack a Mana Crystal. Kill this Zap.
Or kill the MF? Or...
You're just
you
dead.
have Rite of the Arcane? I mean, yeah. I think Prodigy's probably trying to... No, never mind. There's really no way.
Yeah.
You're
can...
right for the MF spell?
Yeah, but you're still dying to the fearsome unit.
No. Or sorry, yeah, because Juju has the attack.
Yeah. Close game 1. Prodigy almost was able to stabilize, but the pressure from Pirates was just a little bit too much there.
That's how we do things in Bilgewater.
What else is Juju running? Juju's on the, I was gonna say triple aggro, and then I saw that the third deck is Ezreal-Heimer. We've got Pirates, Spiders, and Ezreal-Heimer. And, like...
Kind of aggro.
It's kind of... Well, that's the thing. It's like, Pirates and Spiders are, like, definitely aggro. This one's a bit more kind of aggro.
Yeah. This deck fell off pretty quickly, but Juju, I guess, felt that it is still quite strong and wants to show everybody.
I mean, I think it's still quite strong into the likes of MonteXristo. You have a lot of little guys that can just go wide. You have pings for all the, X1s. And then eventually Ezreal's just going to finish it.
Quick hands make quick work.
And turn 1, Zonite Urchin into the Chompers is a good way to start off the game for Juju.
For sure.
Get Excited's being picked up. Maybe not the best finds, but with the Heimer in hand, can be put to good work a little bit later in the game.
Prodigy does have a pretty good opening to just, block down the board. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I found that Clockwork Curator as well. Can accelerate that landmark to a point where both champions leveled will flip it even with 20. Just like the old days. Now, Juju has an option to go for Get Excited here, maybe. Develop another Chompers, letting his attack get a little bit better.
It's either that or, like, you pokey stick the 2-1.
Uh-huh.
Because the thing is with the Get Excited, you're Get Exciting the 2-2, right? You're just letting the 3-3 go through, and, like, I'm not sure if that's the best use of mana and damage that you have.
True. I think I would maybe still send it at the 3-3. I know we talked a little bit earlier about how we don't really want to be enabling that landmark, but removing better blockers can matter. Did just go for the pokey stick line though, and I like it. I got nothing against that choice. Found the Harpoon.
No Naturalist and 2 Ray the Arcane, so given that, I actually like your play better. It's very close, but like less Naturalist, less Ray the Arcane makes the play to hit the Devout a lot better.
For sure. The one caveat to that is the Devout does, of course, advance both champions' level up conditions, and that could be a concern for Juju here.
Maybe? But at the speed the deck goes at, even with the, what's it called? The, Curator, I don't think you're too worried about that. I think that if it gets that late in the game, those champions are going to be leveled no matter what.
Yeah, you're probably right about that one. Quicksand going to come out, save some HP from the side of Prodigy, and effectively nullify this attack. I like this. There, of course, Heimer turrets can pose a problem with their keywords, but saving HP is a good move from the side of MonteXristo.
Yeah. Also, Prodigy can't. Well, I was gonna say that until the rock hopper got drawn, but no easy way to deal with higher turrets.
Mhm. I imagine this changes the line from Juju, and now we're going to see the Pharaoh's Financier played out. There could be some really big pickups here, though. Something like a Shock Blast could be a good option. But nope, Heimer comes down anyways, and we're unfortunately just shy of enough units to actually activate this group shot, but we can use the Get Excited to protect the Heimerdinger.
I think that's correct. Like, you're about to get so much pressure with Heimer. Even if there's like a, something to kill him next turn, you have Pharaoh's spell, or just like, even just this Get Excited plus group shot, you're going to be getting so many turrets before they can do anything.
Yes. And Juju agrees with us here. Just going to go ahead and protect the Heimer. Now opts to make the trade onto the 3-3. Doesn't want to take too much damage himself. Clears out the board a bit. With the Heimer on board, your units become a little bit less valuable as you can constantly replenish them. Fearsome turret, going to be great. Going to be able to remove the only fearsome blocker on the board right now.
Well, there's still one more.
There's more coming for sure, but it is a move to clean up a little bit. Electro Harpoon, probably not the find you wanted. These are some interesting options. None of them can be played right now. Will we see them just used for discard?
They certainly look like interesting discard fodder.
And now with the Golden Ambassador saved, you're probably reconsidering kicking this. Oh man, kicking the mini morph, but you can't go ahead and kick this turret.
I wonder if Prodigy plays Waking Sands.
Might want to keep it to go after the Heimer on an offensive turn. From Juju's side, we're likely going Electro Harpoon here, right?
Right. Probably. I think you discard your I was gonna say the bot, but the bot might actually be more useful than Minimorph.
Maybe. We don't really have a good way of dealing with a champion. So I don't think the 0-1 bot is doing a whole lot. I would rather just...
Here's what it is. Minimorph means you get a 6-1 elusive.
That's also true. And we did see a Quicksand played already. Preservarium comes out, so now this Harpoon is going to let Prodigy connect for a ton of damage.
Yeah, I think you harpooned the...
Oh, we were wide enough. We could have just gotten rid of the bot, played a bigger one.
Yeah. Because, like, you don't want to get rid of your 3 damage, and... I mean, Minimorph, I think, is still fine to discard. However, it does mean an elusive turret later. And obviously, Prodigy just picked up a Quicksand, but you still have to pay 3 mana to knock it down to a 4-1. Prodigy already used a Quicksand.
Yeah, and being 6 wide, now we're just in a bit of a... We're just wasting resources that we could have used. And we also saw that Golden Ambassador come down, so we know there's a champion in hand. And if Prodigy is going to win this, he does need to see those champions level up. If we can remove that immediately, it's definitely a good look for the side of Juju.
Yeah. And given the pause, I think Juju also saw the line we were thinking about.
Four HP though. Zerath picked up off the champions. Top. Yeah.
Are they leveling?
Yes, they are.
Zerath is actually 1 off.
Ooh, tragic. Is Zir going to be able to take out this Heimerdinger? One more reason to maybe have wanted to keep that mini morph up. Would have been able to protect your Heimer here.
Yeah, I think this is good though. You want to make 1 more turret.
Yeah, you're happy with this, I think.
Wait, hold up. Oh my gosh. Zerath is going to ping the tough turret.
No, it'll kill the urchin, right? Oh, it'll do both.
No, the urchin costs 1, the turret costs 0.
Oh, It's true. That's true. Does it? Because it's technically a 2-mana. Yes, because lore is weird like that, and when cards hit the board at a mana cost, they stay at that mana cost.
Mm-hmm. So the Xerath isn't actually gonna do anything. That's unfortunate.
Now, open swing not going to be quite enough because of that quicksand, but it is the right play from the side of Juju. Full blocks can come out, and the stasis that the hourglass was picked up as well. So I think this means Prodigy is stable.
Yeah, Juju needs. Yeah, because Juju can only top deck one card, and Prodigy's winning on this next turn, most likely.
Reservarium. Boom Baboon played out, so Prodigy knows that this hourglass is safe now. Can go ahead and play it onto the Azir.
I think it's fine either way.
Yeah,
there's some weird stuff with Xerath round start, but that's only when he's leveled.
That's right, that's right. Now, here comes the movie into an open attack.
Did everyone miss this?
That'll be the end of this game, too. Prodigy manages to close it out and take it to game 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's possible that not discarding the 1/1 bot made all the difference.
Yeah, because if we had the mini-morph, we can take this Azir out before he levels up. There wasn't actually given to us that turn. The 1/1 bot ended up being overwritten anyways.
I mean, well, okay, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, Prodigy make sure not to be too cocky. Don't tap under Ray of Negation mana.
And has the right of negation to protect himself here.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very close game. Excited to see what these players have in store for us in their final one of this match.
It's either Viego or Zigstalia.
I
I would guess Viego?
I was going to
No.
say Zigstalia. I think it's a little bit weaker to aggro, whereas Viego is pretty solid into it, right?
I've been thinking more about your version, which is a bit better against aggro.
Slightly. Because we have more units, but yeah. I would still say my version's pretty bad into aggro.
Yeah.
Although I do have a funny screenshot of me being at 20 HP and spiders being at 11 while it's like turn 7.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, the few games I've played against you recently with aggro have not felt good.
And Prodigy does have a good opener here. Waited to play that Chemist until turn 2. Heads up play. Love to see it. For those of you that don't know, if you play the Chemist on turn 1, you don't have access to this bomb for your Desert Naturalist turn, and that can be really detrimental. But delay one turn, and you're chilling.
We're probably gonna see this exact play with that Naturalist top deck last turn.
So Night Urchin comes out here. And this is full swing city for the side of Juju. There it is.
Yep. Prodigy had an option to play Unraveled Earth. Probably decided, hey, I'm just gonna make a wide board. You have to block me now.
And X1 units don't block so well into Ziggs. Gonna go ahead and
No,
keep
they do not.
that Rock Bear alive as well. Not give Juju the option to ping it down this turn. Now, if you're Juju, you probably do fire off this harpoon at the Tutu, and he does agree with me there. Gonna go ahead and show us the Flame Chompers.
At this point, with the board presence that Prodigy has, Juju's probably gonna have to start pivoting harder toward a Ezreal game plan. We see the True Shot picked up from the Ferris Financier, so he's got a lot of rocks for Ezreal.
I like this pull, wants to force the Ziggs to block. Gives himself a chance to take that out of the field as well.
Yeah, so this is the whole game plan for Ezreal. Heimer, just chip in when you can, and eventually you get Ezreal burn at the top.
Heroic Refrain is a pretty decent option. Jury Rig as well gives us something to discard for this Harpoon. And that'll let us take out the Ziggs. Except for the fact that an Hourglass was drawn off the top.
I believe the damage still goes through.
Yes,
the
face damage does. This Ezreal should be not even close to leveled, actually.
See, you say not even close, but there's a True Shot in hand.
That's true. And it can be played this turn.
I mean, Juju might just be winning with burn. Not even Ezreal needed.
Does look that way. Prodigy, of course, does have that Rite of Negation up. God, I hope I don't queue into this Bandle deck in seasonals.
Just Kings galore.
Bouncing Bomb. Gonna go ahead and clear out some of these units. Just wants to keep mana up for that Rite of Negation as well. And if you're Juju, you might just have to go for it here. Now Prodigy's going to fire back with that right. And this clears the way for your next two burn spells to go through. If this Ezreal connects on your attack, you're very happy. And no quicksand from the side of Prodigy means that that's very likely at this point.
There's the Array of the Arcane, so I might just try to remove Ezreal on sight, which, you know, not a bad idea. I think the thing is, like, Ezreal is at 4 out of 6, right? So Juju has 2 spells, can level Ezreal but can't utilize him.
We'll see what the top deck is. If it'll make a difference here. Another Ezreal.
Huh.
And the quicksand picked up as well.
Oh.
Juju finds the line, says, yeah, you know, second Mystic Shot going to be better than an Ezreal here. Opts to fire at face, no healing. Will Prodigy find the next Rite of Negation to keep himself in this game?
How many are there? Just, there's no more.
Oh, there's no
only
more.
one. There's no more. That's a game.
Had to hope that the last card wasn't burn. Heimerdinger, excellent discard fodder for this Get Excited if it means winning. GG's come out.
Yep, nicely done.
Well played by both players. Excellent series we had on our hands there.
Well, that was a good set.
And back to the desk while we figure out what the next set we jump into is. I think we were saying maybe we can jump into Jason versus 4LW. That does look like it's still ongoing.
Check.
4LW doesn't have Spectate. We'll see if he can get that up. Otherwise, I'm going to take a peek at the bracket and see who else is still competing here.
Loretto and Jason Stational?
I have both players.
I have both of them as well.
Okay, I have Ferretto up in front of me, so we'll jump into his side first.
Sounds good. Wait, I don't have Jason Stational.
Oh, that's okay.
I lied.
That's okay. It looks like this game still has plenty of time underway, so we can go ahead and I'll just swap our perspective here. No trouble at all. There we go.
Oh, looks like, what is this, Victor Lee?
I think
Yep.
so. Jason
yeah, an Ionian Mirror, my favorite.
is back on the stun deck. This deck, as we saw earlier, is pretty good into Pantheon, and I would imagine it's actually pretty good into this list from the side of Ferretto as well. Stuns are pretty powerful against Lee Sin and Victor. Leveled up Leona on board with a Morning Light available, but Sunhawk just going to do the same thing for a little bit cheaper. Let us conserve that Morning Light for an offensive turn like we so want. No deny backup though, so Ferretto's going to be able to keep himself safe there. Another Victor going to be developed from the side of Ferretto in a second here. You can see the second hand is a little bit further ahead, but should catch up by the end of this round.
I was gonna say, because the Sunburst, Ferretto did pause in that a little bit. Didn't just like say, yeah, goodbye, Victor. But yeah, decided to save the deny since the second Victor's in hand.
Now another Sunhawk going to come out here. And this Morning Light is going to be huge.
Well, I mean, not with the deny in Ferretto's hand.
True, but it should still activate the Leona effect, letting us stun out most of the board anyways.
That's true.
And no more units from the side of Ferretto. Means that he's going to take a lot of damage here.
Conflict is all in the mind. Yes, of course.
Victor
That
and
being said, if Ferretto can survive this turn, they have a pretty decent open attack. Lee Sin's going to be leveled. Ambush. I don't know if it's enough, but it's certainly pretty scary before Jason can do anything in response.
calculated creations as well. There's a good number of options here from the side of Ferretto. Of course, Leona going to be able to stun anything, so it has to be an open attack. And actually, Jason decides not to play for the Morning Light, wants to find some answers. Picks up a Comet. Gusapalm going to come out.
Go, Lee Sin level up. So, Ferretto's safe for this turn. My question is, it seems unlikely, like, by Jason's next turn, that's probably going to be a lethal swing, right?
Yes.
So in that case, can Ferretto set up for enough damage?
I think so. I think so. I think if we play out the Poros this turn, we're there. Because then we can go ambush on the Victor into an open attack. Lee Sin pulls something. We would need a Will of Ionia or a Concussive Palm off the top, I think. Should be really close.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be very close.
Ferretto recognizes that he has to play at the Poros now. Faded off the Victor might actually make the difference. Ironically.
Sorry, the what?
The faded keyword that is normally so terrible.
Okay. Yeah, there's two keywords you always want to see on Victor. It's faded and impact.
Will of Ionia
is not enough. Always.
Can't actually close out.
I mean, so right, so there's Twin to keep up Deny.
Yeah, the Twin will be enough, won't it? No, because Lee Sin doesn't multiply.
Because of the Notify. Well, I'm thinking, right, so if Ferretto twins and then Mystic Shot, that is enough. However, Jason has the Notify.
I missed the Mystic Shot, but you're right, that would be just enough. Jason forced into this Will of Ionia. Has to be sent onto the Victor here. The deny is going to come out. Twin will respond as well. And then the Notify will stop the Mystic Shot. The question is then, can Jason win anyways? With this deny now gone from the hand of Ferretto, Morning Light becomes a very real option.
Also doesn't commit the Twin Disciplines. I feel like you might have to go for it since it's your only out.
I wonder if Ferretto believes he can win another turn. Morning Light's not a card we see every day.
That's true.
And it is a second Leona, actually. Yeah. Leona's going to stun lock that entire board. And I talked about it last time we saw this deck on screen. The Leona buff is so inconsequential for exactly this reason.
Yeah. I mean, given how low Ferretto is, yes, but maybe if Ferretto had a bit more life, it could actually matter having Overwhelm, because, like, you know, she's going to be blocked by, like, a 3-2.
Mm-hmm. Well, the whole board will be stun locked, so something will have to be overwritten. And at that point, you're just blocking the biggest unit, which is not Leona, because Raboon's on the board. So Ferretto needs a deny top deck to keep himself in this game. And Jason opted not to go ahead and play that Solari Soldier.
Oh.
That is not a deny, but it's the next best thing.
Pretty close. Like, here's the thing, great. I don't think it's a full stun lock.
All these Sunhawks get their Daybreak effect activated.
Oh, never mind. I forgot the Sunhawks.
Yeah. But the deny was found.
Oh.
Ferretto finds a way to victory here. And Leona also procs for every Daybreak unit on your board. Every Daybreak that procs. So even if these weren't Sunhawks, I'm pretty sure it's still... All your effects are happening again. I think. Unless they change... Though, you're right. This is hard-coded differently, I think.
Also, I'm pretty sure Daybreak is, like, cast rather than what?
Resolve.
Or shouldn't the first Daybreak have gone off because you played a card at Daybreak?
Yes.
So
I think
the
it should
first
have.
Leona... Okay.
The Leona ability should have hit the stack, at the very least.
Yeah. Right, because you've activated another Daybreak.
No Yasuo on the board, so this Written in the Stars can't find us a Steel Tempest to prevent a lethal. This might be enough anyways.
I mean, even still, Lee Sin kicking can't be stopped.
Not going to be quite enough here. Leona Yasuo falling just short in this game.
I don't think there's anything that Jason can draw to stop this.
This is a very board-based mid-rangey deck. No burn available in this region combo that I'm aware of, unless you want to count Dragon's Rage, but I don't think we're main decking that. Solari Soldier not going to be it. A Bush number 2 comes out onto the Victor. He has a scout attack. Ferretto's not even going to chance it.
And that's game.
Very, very close at the end here.
Mm-hmm. I think Jason can technically have the hand to stop it, but we don't see that. Right, was that game 2 or 3? We don't know, right?
There was 17 minutes left on the clock, so I'm going to assume it was game 3. But while we wait to find out, I'll cut us back to the desk here. And we can take a peek at the bracket and see if anything else is available for us to get into. Looks like Roji 2-0'd in. Rolls versus Void is ongoing. Christmas time messaged in the chat that he went down.
Yeah.
We might be able to get into another Juju game for our round of 16. Just refreshing the bracket here. Looks like Ardent Guardian versus Tupac is still ongoing. Maybe we can jump into that 4LW Jason Florent game. There's good odds that's still continuing.
Sure.
4LW still didn't enable spectate. Sag. That's okay. I don't check messages during games either.
Let's do from Jason's perspective then.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. Spectate up. And we'll get in just a second here.
We can jump to Roji's game next. We haven't seen any Malphite yet.
Yeah, once he's done, he's playing the winner of Void versus Rolls. So we can definitely get into that.
But what is this list? That's a
This is-
Papercraft Sivir.
Yeah, 4LW has been experimenting with a lot of Vandal piles lately. This is a list that was around a while ago, but kind of fell off a little bit. I imagine with this attack, we don't have an Absolver.
Right, this was the like Papercraft Rune Runner deck.
Mm-hmm. Quite popular before the Rune Runner nerfs. No, those happened ages ago. It was popular for a bit.
Afterwards.
Yeah, Faint was pretty big on this style of list.
I think this was like Papercraft release, and actually that Papercraft was manifested.
Oh wow!
Yeah, there's a 3 main deck Rainbow Fish. Oh, I see. You play Rainbow Fish on Sivir, and then Sivir gives your whole board elusive.
Mm-hmm. Very funny. Yeah, elusive a little bit better than double attack with Sivir, I would say.
Right.
Double attack's still super cute, but without overwhelm as backup, it's a little bit more conditional.
Yeah, Jason Florent unfortunately has to block with the Arsenal just to play around Absolver.
Yeah, Jason playing the Desert Naturalist here as well. Why didn't we block with the 2-4?
Yeah, wait, Absolver gets through either way. Like, Absolver gets through no matter what you block with, so...
Yeah.
Oops.
Fatigue setting in.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, but it's only 7:30 over on that West Coast. Come on, Jason.
Yeah, come on, Jason.
It's okay. Nice guy Jason just letting somebody else have their chance at the 500. There is the Absolver.
There's Absolver. Well, at least he won't feel bad about blocking with the Arsenal.
Maybe he wanted to bluff a Quicksand. Figures he's losing to it either way, so the only way to get him off it is to just represent Quicksand and say, haha, I'm going to get you, don't cast it.
That's true.
Yeah, no level champions, so Arsenal not going to do a whole lot there, and Absolver not going to be nearly enough.
Actually, is this going to level the Librarian? Yeah. Librarian's going to get all the keywords, right?
Yeah.
Double attack?
Just enough.
That's pretty cool to see.
That looked like it was game 3 as well. We'll give it one more
Most
second.
likely. Yep, that was game 3.
Back to the desk here. And let's see if maybe that Roji game has started for us to get into.
Void's still in game.
Okay. We can jump into that side and then go into Roji's afterwards. I do have Void. I don't believe I have his opponent, but
Me neither.
we can do one-handed for a little bit longer here. Add some excitement, add some spice. Once again, we just do want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Pepper GG, for teaming up with Master and Runeterra to bring you guys this Gaming for Josh tournament. $500 is the prize pool here. And it is for a fantastic cause. And here we see Aphelios versus Pantheon. I wonder what happened here that we left Pantheon up. I'm pretty sure this is still a deck that wants to be banning it. Let's take a peek at Roll's lineup. Akshan Sivir, Misfortune Quinn, Pantheon. I wonder what Void banned. Action
The
Sivir
Void's lineup.
is not the strongest list right now, in my eyes.
Yes, but it probably does well into Phase of Valios.
Maybe. We played that matchup last night, right? And we just kind of bodied it.
With Akshan Sivir?
Yeah, it was the last game, I'm
Oh,
pretty
right.
sure. And they had to FF because... But then again, that opponent played a little bit sussy and let us do some fun stuff.
Yeah, I feel like I remember that.
Void looking to be in an okay spot, but Rolls has a regen lifesteal, quick attack, fearsome Pantheon on the board, so could go either way. And Rolls taking some inspiration from What Am I playing the Camp for.
I've really enjoyed like Camphor. Like it felt good just having an additional Pantheon almost.
That's what I was saying too. A lot of people say that no, it sucks, it's not worth it, but I don't know. Looking at it, like every time I've seen it played, it looks strong. It looks like a good play.
The other thing is like, it's pretty good into Viego. Like dropping Camphor on turn 6 after they play Viego on 5, and they just sit there and figure out how to deal with Camphor. And if they Hourglass, they take 6 damage.
Yeah. The Eagle matchup is one that can be a little bit tricky to navigate.
On the side of Void, we see Void building their own Pantheon.
Yeah, this Assistant Librarian going to draw a lot of spells. Concerted Strike comes out, but it's not going to matter because of this Bastion. Card that I've been a little bit of a naysayer of, but showing that it does sometimes have a place in the list here, especially when you're trying to target something specific, as Kevor was telling me last night, or the other night on the Maru cast.
It's a rough attack.
Yeah.
No closer.
Gonna go down to 2 HP. Can't go to 0.
2 is fine.
Maybe you're playing around the Pale Cascade, so you have to block with something better. You don't want to give him the Camphor.
Because like against this deck, you don't want to go down to 1, but like 2 is probably fine.
Yeah, but if that last card's a Pale Cascade, you die on the spot.
Oh yeah, Pale Cascade, for sure.
So
I mean, if Rolls doesn't have Zenith Blade, I think this is perfectly fine. Like your dragon's never getting through, anyway.
yeah, we also have Pantheon already, and we have the Camphor, so we have some threats to be able to threaten our own wins.
There's the Pale Cascade you were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Assistant Librarian doing us a solid and picking it up. Now, no scouts, so this is only going to heal for 8. And that's still well within the range of Fizz lethal here. Rolls needs a sharp sight at this point to be able to close it out. Yeah, and I like this play by Void. Just going to go ahead and give up the Librarian. Get the Dragon back, be able to slap it on that Fizz.
And we don't know if Rolls has Sharp Sight yet, but regardless, any sharp-sighted unit is going to die.
Oh, that's a rally.
Ooh. Hold up.
This changes everything. Spell Thief.
Spell Thief?
Can we find a Concerted Strike? Fizz is still going to go down, but we can maybe remove this Pantheon, and then that's a good look. Oh, a rally of our own.
Rally response?
We've got a game on our
This
hands.
is exciting.
Void sees it. Gonna drop the rally. My guess is on the Fizz. There it is.
Yep. Yeah.
It's a favorite emote of Void's. Having faced him a few times. He uses it artfully. Not an emote I'm usually a fan of, but Void, classy guy. Uses the emote properly. This is representing lethal from the side of Rolls, as well as healing him all the way back up to 20. What an interesting game we've got here.
Yeah. I mean, Rolls needs, what's it called? Cataclysm to win?
Yep. Could have it. Very well within his wheelhouse here.
Yep.
Papercraft Dragon gonna come down on the Fizz here.
No sharp sight. That's good.
Couple sharks made for the side of Void. Pale Cascade's still available to start this turn off. Guiding Touch. Better way to start the turn.
Activator.
Is going to go in.
Game. Sharp sight.
Mod check.
Oh.
Single combat. Not good enough.
And with only one card left, that's game.
Wow. That was exciting. I'm glad we jumped into this one.
Yeah. Actually, right at the end there you saw the little bugged Fizz level 2. The Fizz proc should go off before the Pale Cascade resolves.
Yep. That it should. And just to cut back to the desk while we wait for Void to get into his match against Roji. Do you have Roji on your side, or should I grab? I guess you have Void now as well, right?
I have both.
Okay. Do we want to get Malphite Talia up as our main player? I imagine Roji has to be up on it.
There's no way he isn't. I haven't looked at his list, but there's no he's not on Malphite. Malphite, Sundisk, and Pantheon. Man, if we just haven't seen enough Pantheon yet.
So much Pantheon. So much Pantheon. Remember when people said the nerfs were not going to do anything, and then the nerfs didn't do anything? But people still got off Pantheon for a good week and a half. We had a nice Pantheon free ladder.
We had new decks to play, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now is it at the top yet? Like, I think it will be for seasonals, but I don't think it's on ladder at the top.
I don't think so. I think people are just kind of bored of it and don't really want to be playing it on the ladder, and that's perfectly fair. I myself am quite bored of it, and I was playing Pantheon and quite big on Pantheon when it was mono Pantheon, and we could just kill people with Cataclysm and stuff, and now it's sad.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason's in the chat talking about how he did do it on purpose, and he was bluffing Quicksand in that last game.
Ah, yes.
Definitely. Gotta give it to him on that one. I think that's the heads up. That's the poker play. That's the poker play. Jason, being a bit of a poker player, knows the play.
Reasonable play.
This has been quite the tournament. I'm a big fan of the rounds firing immediately. That's probably the best thing about single elim in my eyes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And
we're now firmly into our round of 16 for the most part.
16?
I think so.
All the games are, either finished or underway.
And our top 16 at this point is looking to be Grandpa Roji, Void, NNT Izzy owned. The Black Boss game is still ongoing. Just Some Bad Juju made it. Ferretto made it through, and 4LW made it through as well. So we're waiting on a couple people to just finish up their last games before the top 16, but as we mentioned, we will be getting into the Roji versus Void game as soon as that begins. I, for one, am quite excited to see Roji's Talia Malphite in action. Hopefully Void leaves it unbanned. Sometimes that doesn't happen, though. A lot of people do respect ban it against him. And for those of you who don't know, Roji did just put out an article on Master and Runeterra about this deck. So if it's something that you are considering bringing in your seasonal lineup, it's definitely the place to go check out. Find out all the tips and tricks from the master himself. But while we wait for them to cut in, I think I'm going to cut us to a very quick break. We will be back in just a second. Thank you all so much for sticking with us, and thank you to Pepper GG for partnering with Master and Runeterra to bring you guys this Gaming for Josh charity tournament. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. We are once again jumping into a game by Grandpa Roji here. Unfortunately, Roji doesn't have spectate enabled right now. We have pinged him about it. We'll see if we can get that up for you guys, but we did want to get Talia Malphite on the screen at one point or another. And looks like we got our wish, because Talia Malphite is shown up in game 1 up against Viego. And now I'm pretty sure this is a good matchup for Talia Malphite, actually.
Probably. Although, the one thing is, like, how do you deal with Viego, right? Because both decks are trying to win around the same point. Like, turn 7, 8, you know, Malphite's flipped on turn 7, Viego's turn flipped on, like, turn 7 or 8-ish. So, I don't know.
I know when I was talking to Roji about this patch earlier, right before the patch happened, and we were discussing like how we thought things were going to shake out, Roji was saying if it does kind of go towards this bigger mid-range meta, Malphite's kind of the king of bigger mid-range. Of course, being a one-trick, he's going to have that one-trick bias, but it is something that I kind of generally agree with, and I do think that Viego is maybe... Yeah, he's going to flip on that last turn, but then you could drop your Malphite offensively on that turn that you're looking to kill. The fact that he's stolen a unit doesn't really matter, and we can go from there, right?
Yeah, like, I totally get that, like, Malphite's very good at, like, beating up other mid-range decks, but the thing is, so is Viego. Like, Viego is also really good at being bigger than other mid-range decks.
Mm-hmm. And looks like Roji has enabled spectate for us, so I will go ahead and get that second hand up in just a second here.
There we go.
There it is. Thank you guys for your patience with that. Now, he does have that Talia in hand already, has the Roiling Sands, has the Stonebreaker. This is looking not terrible, has even the Right of Negation to protect his champion. Quicksand picked up from the side of Void, Viego in hand already, and we have seen a Camavoran Soldier come down. This is looking good for both parties. Passes come out, Roji's happy to take it, sends it back to his turn. Now that Roiling Sands is going to be played, making it awkward for Void to put the Viego down.
Yeah, just Roji playing it slow with the Talia. Eventually, Void has to play something, so that Devout's going to die eventually. Because I imagine that's what Roji wants to copy.
Yes. You can copy the Roiling Sands in a pinch, but I think with Void representing 6 mana here and Roji having a Right of Negation in hand, he's likely not going to risk giving up the Talia. Will probably just take this trade and try and duplicate afterwards once Void feels safer playing the Viego. But we'll see. Could go a number of different ways here. Void being a very strong player himself might just opt to hold that deny mana or the vengeance mana.
Roji might just take a pass here. Force Void to start doing something more. Yeah. Just say you blink first.
I like it. I like it a lot. That Talia is at 4 out of 5, so she will be leveled this turn if he can get her down. Void takes the pass back. And this is a bit of a funny matchup because, of course, both these decks are very comfortable playing slower and taking it later.
Yeah. They both have, like, very similar interaction tools.
The same interaction tools, except, of course, the Viego deck has the SI ones as well.
Sure. But Roji's, like, Talia Malphite doesn't care too much about the, like, aggressive SI ones. They're just keeping their champions alive, and then their champions' abilities just will carry for them.
Now Roji can opt to go after this Viego with his Talia, can duplicate this Preservarium, something he's going to be very happy to do, continue to maintain his card advantage, and of course also has the protection in the form of that Right of Negation that we were talking about to save her from a Vengeance.
Well, and also Void technically can override it, but only has 9 mana, so can't Vengeance into a Right.
Second Right picked up. And Right of Calling here. Void may be worried about taking a good bit of damage from an Absolver play. Also wants to generate a Mist and get himself access to another Viego. And Roji, happy to take this trade, says, I'll give you up. I'll give you my champion. You can, if I can have yours. But now this next Viego is going to get to be played out. See 6 attack worth of units die and create a 4/4 mist on the following turn.
Not to mention, this got rid of the vulnerable, so can't just keep on like getting rid of this Viego with another Talia or a Malphite or whatever.
Roji does have to find the Malphite now if he wants a chance at winning this. Celestial Wonder going to be good at keeping him alive if Roy does decide to go in for an attack, but we've seen it so many times the past week. This Viego deck doesn't really need to attack, and that's probably why I struggle with it so much.
I mean, like, yeah, like this whole thing with the ephemeral units dying and then summoning one for the next turn is very good. And just like, against these decks that like want to kill you with these big attack turns, just always having a mist up at round start is fairly useful.
Chip found from Roji going to be played out here as well.
I mean, with this chip played, I don't know why Void doesn't just surrender right now.
Yeah, right. Void actually going to stop himself from getting a mist on the following round. Wants to take a trade here. Doesn't want to be at risk of dying immediately. Also,
I mean, I'll tell you why. This level
flips.
Viego.
Yep. This flips the Viego.
Once these mists get this big, these are the type of like explosive turns of like, oh, it's just an ordinary Viego. Oh no.
No, Chip! He was stolen!
No, at least he didn't kill Chip. Like, at this point, if Chip dies, it's Roji's fault, right?
Yep. It is. It's no longer Absolution's fault. It's entirely Roji's. And now Roji has a decision point once again. Can't really go after. Yeah, just going to pass. Wants to find the Malphite to try and end this game. Is happy to stall until that point.
Yeah.
Vile Feast number 2 going to come out from the side of Void.
I think it's just slow playing and getting the additional mist so that Vio just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Roji very happy to play out this Preservarium. And now that there's another Talia, happy to take the pull onto the Spider and push a good bit of damage here.
We do have a Quicksand and a Rive Negation. Oh. Also that.
You hit okay here if you're Roji. No, Roji, you hit okay!
I guess not.
Hit okay, it deals so much damage!
Because the question is Void gonna kill Chip? Okay.
I think this actually works out better for Roji than it does for Void. Oh wait, it doesn't do what I thought it did. I thought it started an attack for some reason.
No.
Still
You're
pretty
thinking
good.
about, like the likes of like, you know, Ezreal and you know, all the other Shrek champions.
Yeah. Like Swain. Swain is really funny.
Yes. Oh, Swain.
The Swain still work the way it used to on the Viego release, where if you strike your own Nexus, it counts as Nexus strike for him. It shuffles and deals
I
shrooms,
hope so.
or deals Swain damage. Because that's really funny.
I hope so, because that's hilarious.
Full block's going to come out here. Now, Saltspire has the opportunity to be played out as well. Can't really go for the Stonebreaker onto the Viego.
That Salt Spire is 12 out of 4.
Wow.
Oh my god. We got another Talia, but like obviously no backup this time around.
Does decide to just go for the Stonebreaker, start chipping away at this Viego. Merciless Hunter comes out, overwriting the chip.
Oh no.
Chip gone forever.
No.
But not
okay.
forgotten.
He didn't die. He was simply obliterated. It's so much better.
It's really funny because I don't think Roji's at risk of dying anytime soon. So he can
That
just
is
continue to pass this out for the most part.
That is like the one thing I don't particularly like about Viego, is that against these decks that can just keep on putting out a bunch of these chump blockers, you just can't get your Viego through, and how are you winning?
Now the second Stonebreaker can come out.
Yeah, like against something like the likes of Physophilios, they have enough 3-attack guys, they can block down all your Fearsums, even with a flip Viego. And then one day, there's gonna put a or Fizz Papercraft and kill you with it.
Yep. It's a matchup I've had the pleasure of playing, or the displeasure of playing, rather, more than a few times the past couple days. During my ladder climb, I ran into more Viego than anything else, I think. Viego probably at the top of the ladder meta right before this seasonal. A lot of people trying to pick up the deck, realizing it is very strong. Roji doesn't really want to take this attack. Doesn't really want to play the Stonebreaker either.
I mean, Rhodey has this, well, 2 Celestial Wonders for next turn, so, like, can keep stalling it out until Malphite comes, but, like, what's that? 3 and 16?
Now, no Viego. We can go ahead and kill this spider. Little victories.
Is that actually correct?
I don't.
Do you not just
know.
like save the spider until you want to commit an Absolver?
That's funny. Void gonna go ahead and vengeance his own unit. So now Roji is very safe to play out this Talia on the following turn. Well, in 2 turns, I guess, when he has the attack token back.
Yeah.
Roji only 15 cards left in the deck. Malphite nowhere to be found. Void, on the other hand, at 24.
But basically, out of resources, he got the glimpse in hand, but
Do you ever use the Rite of Negation here? I think you might.
that's what I was thinking.
Roji lets it through, though, wants to have it as protection.
There's still 1 more Viego left in the deck, right?
Yes, we sent one back with the Despair.
We'll get our licks in.
At this point, you might just be okay to take that, but you're already at risk of dying to Atro.
Yeah. That might be what Roji's saving this raid for. Just knowing I've already used 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just if Atro ever comes up, I need something to deal with it. Quicksand
Saltspire.
technically does, but eventually it won't.
That's true.
Almost.
There was an opportunity to play Talia here with the 8-5 on board. We can sneak the Talia out for our attack token, but does want to be able to duplicate that Saltspire. And there's Malphite. There's the big boy.
Huh.
Shows up just in time.
This is my mountain. There is no fight.
No vengeance from the side of Void means that Roji should be able to close this one out.
I don't think so. I think it's... Yeah, with this Rite of Negation,
Rite of
Not
Negation comes
quite.
out in response.
because Void needs to play the Waking Sands and Quicksand.
Yes, so not quite there, but very, very close. And no burn
With
left.
the,
That was both Stonebreakers played already. Opts to
Or,
just
yeah,
generate a
that
mist
also works.
instead.
That's better. It also thins your deck so you can get that Atrocity draw. Now, the thing is, with these Celestial Wonders, I think Atrocity is the only way Void's winning this.
Quicksand forced out here. Oh! Slight misstep from Void. Didn't actually need to... Oh, I guess wants to put the damage into the Malphite.
Well, Malphite's dying, though.
Yeah.
Not like it matters, really.
Did we just... Was there not already a Rock Bear on the board? Did we just randomly lose a Rock Bear?
Yeah, because the Rock Bear was given back and then Malphite died.
But there were
Viego
2
had
Salt
stolen-
Spires.
No, there weren't.
Oh, I'm tripping. Okay.
There was just the one. It was the sarcophagus plus the Salt Spire.
Okay.
Because Roji played Malphite instead of Tilia.
Rite of Negation number 3 found off the top. Second Celestial Wonder, though. Roji deciding if he wants to take a different line.
This does mean that Void is still on the Aggro draw to win.
Void recognizes that he needs to save this Rite of Negation for the Talia spell, but that's going to let Roji get in with the second Celestial Wonder.
Roji can drop Talia here if he wanted.
No, she's buffed. She's been buffed by the Magus.
Oh, she's right. Right.
So she will die, but on this attack... I think we get there. Maybe?
Really?
We have the Absolver to go around the other side. I think we get there. We only need to push 2 damage.
Yes, but like nothing's vulnerable.
But it doesn't matter because all the blocks
Oh.
need to come out and Roji, no!
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 Oh no!
Needed to full attack!
Oh. That's still not... Yeah.
Needed to full attack. If he had the full attack, he had it with the Absolver.
See. I mean, okay, so... Is for Roji, is it just a coin flip between Void having Right versus Quicksand? Right, because this is better against This beats Quicksand, right? But the other
Yeah.
way beats Right.
We've seen 1 Quicksand, 2 Rights already, so I think you do play around Right.
Huh.
Caster Vision moment. I think Roji made the correct play.
There's one of each left. So it's... Yeah.
Oh, is there one of each? Okay. Yeah.
You said we saw 1 Quicksand, 2 Right?
We've seen 2 Right and at least 1 Quicksand. I can look back here and try and remember. That's 1 Quicksand from Void.
Yeah, if Void only played 1 Quicksand, then I think it's just a pure coin flip because there's 1 each left of both.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
It is rather unfortunate. Malphite number 2 shows up, but just a little bit too late now. Not dead yet, though. Might still have an opportunity to win this, but I don't think so.
Like, this is what I mean about the Viego. This Viego's been like a, 12-12 for like 5 turns. It just still can't push the last bit of damage. Just Fearsome isn't quite a good enough keyword against these decks.
Malphite's gonna go ahead and stun the Viego.
Is this still not game?
It is, because Roji can just attack. No, you don't need to play it. Just attack. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
There we go.
Okay.
And now he sees the
Let me
full
see.
attack.
Because that Hydravine, I think, stops the, if he plays Malphite spell.
Yeah, it does. But Roji,
Oh my
recognizing
God.
that, decides to go in for the full attack this time. Gives himself the Absolver out as well. And manages to close out that first game. Well played. Very interesting game. And I think
Yeah.
an Aggro draw could have changed the pace of that for Void, but unfortunately just wasn't able to find it. Wasn't able to find the card draw that he needed to get to it. And Roji, on the other hand, did have some poor luck not finding the Malphite until the very end there. We were bottom 15 and still no Malphite. And that's really feels bad sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean, it happens. And luckily, the rest of the deck, especially with those Celestial Wonders, is able to stall out until the Malphite does come in.
Yeah, Roji was telling me how much of an improvement Celestial Wonder is over the Malphite spell, Unstoppable for... No, that's the wrong one. Ground Slam. That's the one I'm looking for.
Ah, right.
It used to be run in the deck as our protection spell and a little bit of... sometimes it's just a way to damage units, kill things off, but Celestial Wonder just does a better job of helping us stall to that Malphite and letting us get in with our big boys.
Yeah.
And now we have
Yeah, I
Viego
imagine
versus
this deck is-
MonteXristo. This should be an interesting one as well.
This used to be MonteXristo favored. The main thing is just like Viego can't level once Xerath flips
Mm-hmm.
because the things get obliterated. They don't count for the having died. However, with the changes, it gives Viego a bit more breathing room to be able to level before Xerath comes down. Yeah, so Void does have the Viego in hand, but nothing else to start pumping it. Technically can do the Foul Feast plus Glimpse Beyond, but you know, not if Roji just plays nothing.
And Roji's got a very good start to this game as well. All the champions, lots of landmarks for Xerath to pop.
2 Zeros in hand, still looking for that Azir.
Has it?
In this timeline, we're sure to see.
McBlind? Oh yeah, Azir's there.
It's okay. It's been a long day. It's getting kind of late for us.
Let's see. 2 Clockwork Curators. This is a very unit light version of MonteXristo.
Sun's beneath me and winds behind me.
Yeah, Roji has always been a little bit of a MonteXristo enthusiast as well. He did play a Zillion in it for a little while just to be able to expedite that Xerath level up, hit rank 1 with that build. So, knows what he's doing with the list for sure.
It's interesting to see the Soothsayer's gone. Yeah, I agree that's probably the right call. Just there's no more MonteXristo on ladder. There's not so much like Caitlyn, Ezreal. You don't really need a hedge to save your Sundisk anymore.
Ziggs Talia has been cutting the Desert Naturalist. So yeah, I agree.
Well, that's where you come in.
Yeah, that is where I come in. I make MonteXristo players sad.
Yeah.
Xerath flip. Now, what is our Azir at? Find out in just a second here.
8.
So can't get there. Not too far off. We have some Rite of the Arcanes here now to pop landmarks that Void might not want to.
Yes, but like the real limiting factor is the Sundisk. Azir's going to flip quickly enough, but it's still going to be until turn 8 because of the Sundisk changes.
We'll see if we can find that Clockwork Curator. It does have some ways to dig with these 2 Roiling Sands.
That's right. Run! Out of my way.
You never try and get 2 Xeraths down, right?
I think if this goes through, why not? Like, I mean, at this point, you just play your second Xerath. But
Yeah.
I don't think you lose anything. Like, it's fine to play your second Xerath instead of digging further, I think.
Yeah, there's no reason to burn the Deny here. We'd probably want to be keeping that.
No, you have 2 Xeraths in hand, right?
Yeah.
Wait, are those all?
I think they're all Xeraths.
Okay, no, one of them is.
Okay.
What did I think? Okay.
I thought 2 of
Either
them
way.
were Xeraths at the very least, but apparently not. That's fine. We're learning.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so I managed Roji starts out with Rolling Sands and then passes.
And there's the Curator.
Oh, wait. No need. Curator into a 0.
It's 10. Yeah.
There it is.
And Void maybe kicking himself for not going for the Rite of Calling last turn after seeing this disc flip on turn 7.
Void no longer has a way to kill Xerath. Tapped under 5 mana, just Roji said, okay, time to play the movie. Or no, Void does have 6 mana, but simply doesn't have Vengeance.
Also, it doesn't really matter at this point. You've got the movie online.
Come, my destiny awaits.
It could matter, because, like, if Void did have Vengeance, you could, play Rite of Calling.
Azir already flipped, though, so the disc has seen it and gotten the countdown off of it, right? So you
No,
only
I'm
need
saying
to play.
Void. If Void had Vengeance, Wicked Vengeance the Zerath, and then Rite of Calling to draw. Or to proc your Viego, I mean.
Zerath dying doesn't really matter at this point, though, right? Because Disc already got its countdown and the movie's still going to play?
No, for purposes of leveling your Viego.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry. I got a little bit confused there. But yeah, you're right. But at this point, I think it's sealed up for Roji.
Don't touch it.
Void has the Hourglass. Wait, I... Oh.
Like you said, I don't think the Viego's ever leveling at this point because anything that dies is getting obliterated, so no more mists are being generated either.
Yeah. There are ways for Via to win, which is basically just Hydrovine. You just need a giant Hydrovine, and eventually, like, the only way when Sunnis is flipped to deal with a Hydrovine is there's the, like, 4-mana Destroy a Follower, and there's the 9-mana Obliterate 3 landmarks or units.
And there's the...
But yeah, it's too late.
It is indeed too late, and Roji is a gamer and drew that 4-mana Obliterate anyways. So we're going to cut back to the desk real quick while we look for our next matchup. I did have a request by Sharkbait to see if we could get into their game and broadcast them. Let me see if they are still going. It looks like they are. You wouldn't happen to have Izzy owned on your friends list, would you?
I don't think so.
It's okay. We can get one-handed going for this one. I'll just turn off our second hand here. And maybe jumped in too late. Nope, looks like we're good. In game both hands. This is where we want to be. Aphelios from the side of Sharkbait.
Oh boy.
Versus...
It's a
Oh boy, where did we jump in?
Hold up. We jumped into Izzy winning, I think.
Maybe not. We have the token, and they're at 9. This is exact lethal from Aphelios if there's no... Right? With the Infernum, the Tiny Spear, and the Rainbow Fish, we need Quicksand to stop this.
Wait,
I can count.
here it is. Okay, wait, Sharkbait's actually playing it out, right? Because, they know Izzy has the, Viego spell. What is that? That's not it.
That is lethal.
Yeah, there it is. Huh, never mind.
That was a spot to jump into.
Interesting.
I'm glad we got that on screen. Not every day you see a double Viego.
Huh.
We'll see if there is another one here. Or if that was the last game in that set. Looks like it might have been the last one, so I'll cut us back to the desk once more. And let's see if we can pick something else out from this round of 16. Looks like Juju's moved on. Let me refresh the bracket. Could just be that it's a little bit slow here. Unfortunately, for a W loss, Juju versus Ferretto. We're in top 4.
Round of 4.
Amazing.
Wait.
Should
we have Ferretto, Juju, Sharkbait, and Roji.
Yeah, let's see if we can get into the Sharkbait Roji game. That way we can get both Talia Malphite and Sharkbait's wishes.
Alright, sounds good.
Actually, Phansora, how are you feeling? Do you want to take a quick break before we finish this up, or should we just get right into the last two?
Yeah, sure, we can take a quick break while we're waiting for them to queue into the next game.
Well, actually, you know what? I already told Greg. One sec. We'll sort this out.
Void semis.
we are going to take a quick break. We'll get Roji and Sharkbait to hold, but we're not going to hold up the other side of the bracket. We do want to get these games done in a somewhat reasonable fashion. I know everybody wants to go to bed. It is seasonal night, but you know, like we said a little bit earlier, we need to get up and stretch our legs every once in a while. So thank you guys once again for sticking with us through all of this. We hope you're enjoying the show as much as we're enjoying putting it on for you. Thank you to Pepper.gg for partnering with Master Runeterra to bring you guys this Gaming for Josh tournament, $500 prize pool, and we'll be right back after this quick break. Welcome back, everybody. Once again, I'm your host, MonteXristo, and I'm joined by my pal and my teammate, Phansora. And we're so happy to be bringing you guys this exciting tournament series brought to you in part by not Dr. Pepper, by Pepper.gg. It has been a long day. Forgive my little slip-ups. We do have a very exciting semifinals matchup for you guys here. We're going to get into Sharkbait versus Grandpa Roji. I will grab Sharkbait's side, and Phansora will get Roji's. Will have both hands available for this one. We did ask the players to hold, so they're probably just going to get into the game right in just a second.
Yeah,
but we can give a
message, Roji.
brief rundown of the matchup while we're waiting for that. We did see Roji's list were MonteXristo, the signature to Talia Malphite, and what was that last one, Phansora? Do you happen to remember?
Was it Pantheon?
I think it was. That makes sense for Roji for sure.
You can probably assume it's Pantheon.
And from the side of Sharkbait, we saw one list. It was the Physiophelios, but I'm pulling up the list right now so we can get an entire rundown here. Looks like the other deck is Draven Scion, Burn variant, 3 Fervors, 3 Decimates, very heavy on the burn. I'm a fan. And Pantheon from him as well. So,
Who would have guessed?
as soon as Roji is back, we will get into that game for you guys. And we'll bring you guys some tons of action. While we're waiting, I think I will go ahead and pull the deck lists up on screen so everybody can watch. This is the Pantheon list from the side of Sharkbait. Pretty standard stuff. 2 Cataclysm instead of 3. And no rallies, actually. Camp for the Doubt is in there. Blinded Mystic. Teched a little bit for the Mirror, I'm guessing. Chain Vest, of course, being a good card that forces your opponents to play around it. I'm a big fan of this list. I like it quite a bit. Anything to comment on here, Phansora?
Yeah, just like the, 1 Blinded Mystic, 1 Hush, expecting to run into Pantheon. Given the rest of their lineup, they might not necessarily ban Pantheon, so yeah, having those Mystic and Hush just deal with opposing, like, White Flame with a Xenoblade on it, makes sense. And I think the no rally is not so important. That's already been starting to be cut. Like, Cataclysm does almost the same thing.
Yeah, it does. Having extra single combats and the two set of Concerted Strike can be quite powerful in those Pantheon mirrors as well. The next list is the Physiophelios one that we've come to know and love over these past couple days. On that 1 Hush, on 1 Stress Defense, 1 Flame Spitter, and a 2/2 split of Rainbow Fish, Papercraft Dragon. This is pretty standard as well at this point. Of course, there are those couple flex spots in that Flame Spitter, in that Stress Defense, in that Hush, but nothing too abnormal here.
Yeah, I think with the 1 Hush and the Stress Defense, and then we'll get to their third deck, which is Draven Scion, this seems like they want to play against Pantheon. Not necessarily that they want to, but they're like, check some cards in so they can ban something that's possibly worse into their lineup.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. Sometimes you got to be okay leaving the best deck up. And the third one is that Draven Scion, very, very burn-based. This is great into Pantheon as well. The 1 survival skill is going to come up huge in that matchup too. And I'm going to cut us over to the game because it's happening. We're here. It's ready. And it's once again Talia Malphite into Draven Scion. This is not a matchup we've seen on screen just yet, but it is a matchup that I'm excited to see in action. Celestial Wonder should be quite powerful against this Scion. Should be quite powerful. It's helping stave off some of this early aggression. Roji has it in hand already. Has that Salt Spire as well to play for his own power turns. And has some early fearsome blockers in that Rock Hopper.
I imagine Roji has a quite an advantage, like especially for seasonals, with this Talia Malphite, because no one sees it on ladders, so they aren't going to think of like, oh, maybe this is good against my deck. They'll just be like, what is this deck? It's got to be bad.
True. I honestly, with the showing Roji's put on today and what I'm expecting, I might swap my Ziggs Talia out for Talia Malphite. I've been a big fan of the list since its inception. I've been a bit of a Roji stan, been a bit of a Talia stan from the beginning. So
how is it supposed to be into Pantheon?
Not great, but I'm banning Pantheon anyways, so I don't really care too much about that one. Although with Roji, maybe it is okay into Pantheon. I should go read his guide. I did read most of it, but I didn't get to the matchup section because he sent it to me before that was complete. So I'll go back, take a peek, see what he has to say about that matchup, and then maybe make some decisions based off of that. A lot of the time with seasonals, it does come down to that very last second. What am I going to do here? And Flame Chomper's going to...
He calls it favorite.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. I can see that with the Celestial Wonders, with the Malphite buff. You can just play the Malphite unleveled if you really have to stop that. Pantheon doesn't really try to end the game until that turn 7 point anyways. And you are just getting bigger units with the Salt Spires, so if you can play for those power turns, it's going to be quite good for you. Speaking of power turns, Roji's got it. Talia was found off of that Ancient Prep, and the Salt Spires come down on 4. Still, going to take a ton of damage here. Going down to 7. Might have to actually burn the Celestial Wonder next turn just to stay alive.
I'd say Sharkbait's best top deck is something like a Boom Baboon, because then you can slam it and then, you know, Talia comes down and then you pull her to the side.
True. Another Noxian Fervor picked up here. Draven comes out. Roji now has to decide, does he want to play for his power turn or is he just going to try and stay alive? Looks like he's going to make the decision to go for that power turn. And take quite a bit of damage here. Portal coming out as well. I think this is the end for Roji. Unfortunately.
The unfortunate thing is, like, Roji... This 4-3 is going to have Overwhelm if Roji ever hourglasses.
Yeah.
Because of the Scion, you can just Draven Axe on a Scion.
I think knowing that, Roji probably won't go for the Hourglass.
I think you go for it anyway, because you're killing off Talia.
Oh no.
Wait. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, disaster.
Disaster. It's okay, get the bad matchup out of the way first.
Wait, oh! Sharky doesn't see it!
Doesn't really need to, though.
Yeah, oh, now he sees it.
It's okay. We're keeping Scion in hand. Scion getting pretty close to flipping. Leah gonna level up as well here. Roji now needs the deny to keep himself alive. Will he top deck it?
It's just that... Oh, that's a good top deck. No right from Roji. You know, it's just the like classic, you know, 2 seconds later hindsight 2020.
It happens all the time. You hit that OK button, you hit the commit, and then you're like, wait, yeah. I had the answer. I could have ended the game.
I had lethal right there.
Roji probably looking to beat up on this Pantheon now, based on what we've seen and what we talked about with his deck guide. He feels like Talia Malphite's favored into the list, so...
I mean, I personally feel like because I called it out, it's not going to be happening.
Nah, there's no way he leaves Aphelios up, right?
Let's see. Is it Zeralia, Pantheon?
Oh, found a Preservarium. Gets another draw. Still no deny.
Doesn't really matter because Sharkbait has, you know, 4 ways to deal that last bit of damage.
Infinite burn coming out from the side of Sharkbait. This burn silence showing its power. GG emote comes out. Roji digs, looking for that Rite of Negation. Yep. Doesn't have it.
Well, that's game 1.
Game 1 over with. Let's see if Roji can pull it back and give us a set. Now, do you think he queues the Talia Malphite up again? I do.
Yeah, probably. It's his pet deck. He's got to play it anyway. Might as well play the fun one. Oh, yeah. See, there it is.
Yep.
It's Aphelios.
I wonder how this matchup plays out. I have to imagine that Aphelios can just go right under Talia Malphite and not even give it time to set up. Still being in the top 4, both these players have touched the money, so Roji's going to be walking away a pretty happy man nonetheless.
Sharkbait does have the Biz Papercraft in hand already. Needs, you know, until attacking turn 6 to set it up, but having that secured down, like, you know, Quicksand only does so much when Papercraft doesn't get silenced.
I wonder why we didn't see the chip played out there. I guess because Sharkbait's going into Pokestick turn on the offense and can just go ahead and ping it off. And so that's got to be the logic there. Roji doesn't want to risk giving the chip up when he could just wait a little bit and have a safer turn to put it down now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
See if the Talia can be picked up in time to make this Salt Spire play. If so, I have to imagine Roji's going to be in a good spot, but even without it, I think you're still probably okay.
I mean, it's like decent to be like, anti-aggro as far as Sharkbait's board is wide, but 2 more turns, this Fizz is gonna be a problem.
I think it's less about being anti-aggro and more about just being aggro yourself and trying to put pressure on so that way your opponent is dying. Ancient Prep is an option to help us find that Talia maybe. Also potentially let us use this Rite of Arcane to take out an Aphelios if it comes down. We'll see how Sharkbait decides to start off this turn.
I mean, Sharkbait's got a bit of an awkward hand. 3 Nightfall cards and no way to activate it nicely. Obviously wants to get Aphelios down before any Rolling Sands, I imagine.
Now Roji probably going to go ahead and play out the Rockhopper to stall that Aphelios.
That felt like a risky Fizz attack. You'd be forcing your own stress defense. But
you have second
maybe
Fizz.
They want the... That's true. Maybe you also just want the Quicksand out now. That way it's not being used later.
I'm pretty happy to see it. If I'm Sharkbait, I think if the Quicksand comes out there, it means that Roji's not doing much else with this turn. There's a guarantee of no Salt Spire coming down. And does he find Talia?
I imagine Roji would have had the foresight, so just hold it there. Just take 3 damage. I didn't see what they predicted.
Preservarium. I like this pull from the side of Roji. It will force out an answer from Sharkbait, be it...
Sharkbait does have a clean-ish answer, though, with the Face Sprout plus Pale Cascade, if they so wish.
Decides to use the stress defense instead. And I like this. It's going to let Sharkbait cycle out the weapon. The stress defense not going to be super impactful when Roji's trying to kill you with a full board anyways. That Malphite stun turn is just going to be problematic regardless of whether or not you have it. And cycling the weapon can be a lot more important. There's the Salt Spire. It's coming down with its level up condition fulfilled.
At the same time that the Salt Spire is coming down, Sharkbait's probably playing this Papercraft this next turn. A lot of damage being pushed with no Quicksand in the side of Roji.
Roji is looking to remove that Aphelios, take that threat off the board.
Sharkbait just needs to crescendo him into the 2-mana Give a Darkness, and you'll have a 3-mana Darkness in hand.
Funny when that does happen, and it does happen not infrequently. Hourglass picked up. Good card to have, but not right now. I imagine we'll see the second Preservarium played out as well, just to continue digging.
It's a casual 8 damage coming in.
Rainbow Fish picked up off of this Face Sprout as well.
Ramparooji none too pleased with the way this board is shaking out.
Yeah, these draws are not it.
Talia.
There's a Talia.
Okay. That's a start. Can't really use the Talia, unfortunately. However, this is a very big attack that's coming in.
I'm just going to go ahead and play the Talia out anyways, be able to threaten a lethal. It is unfortunate not to get her play effect, but not world ending. World ending would be just dying before you can get your World Breaker Malphite on the board. Huh.
Okay.
Swing's still going to come out from the side of Roji.
This might be game if Sharkbait just blocks with the lifesteal. I mean, Fizz has to go down. But with the hourglass on the side of Roji, this might be enough.
Yeah, that hourglass proves to be quite fruitful here. Fizz block is being forced.
Sharkbait technically has an out with a Pale Cascade into Pokestick.
True.
I think you swap the Fizz and the 2-2. The Fizz should be swapped with the Tilia blocker for one more.
I'm gonna use the Pale Cascade here anyways.
Okay. Yep.
Level up the
If you're
Fizz.
using Pale Cascade anyway, that's fine.
Now Roji's in a really bad spot, and there's the Pokestick too.
There's the Poke. Wait, in that case,
This is game over. I don't think there's anything from the side of Roji that can stop this.
yeah. Thinking about the denying lifesteal, but like,
Not
what is that?
really
It goes down to
mattering here.
3. Like, if you don't have pings, it doesn't matter how low you get.
Maybe
You're
double
either at 0 or
Celestial
not
Wonder,
0.
but that's not even enough.
Quicksand works.
Quicksand does work. It'll remove the
Elusive.
elusive, yeah. Still outs for Orochi, still options available.
Roji does have 2 draws, so like, there's still a little bit of room to dig.
Ancient Prep,
That's not it.
Unraveled Earth, one more draw.
Maybe?
Rainbow Fish gonna
There's
come
this-
out.
Wait. So Pokestick isn't gonna give his elusive on the open.
No, it won't.
Huh.
Ancient Prep comes out.
Sharpie does have enough room for or enough mana for the Fizz spell though.
Yeah, can also just start with the Pokestick onto the Nexus, making both these units threaten lethal.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh no. Fizz bug.
This, if
That's yeah. Because Fizz is bugged, Roji wins.
well, the rally
Because
can
the,
come out
Prayer
here.
Negation.
Quicksand was found as well.
Oh, the quicksand was off of
The predict.
yeah, so it didn't matter.
Now the Fizz spell comes
Uh,
out.
Wait. Roji didn't need to
Right.
right.
If he had held the right, he would have been fine.
Oh no.
Didn't play around the Fizz spell. Fizz lethals, my favorite thing in the game.
Wow.
Sharkbait came to play. Was really happy that we put him on stream.
What a way
And,
to end.
Showed up. It looks like
It's a clean 2-0.
yeah, that's gonna go take us straight into our grand finals here of Just Some Bad Juju versus Sharkbait. And I'll cut us back to the desk while we wait for these gentlemen to get into that game. But boy, it has been a heck of a night for Legends of Runeterra. What a way to
Yeah.
round out this season right before the seasonal is tomorrow. All these players playing super well, giving us a lot of great insight into potential seasonal lineups and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've seen, a lot of a pretty wide variety of decks, and also, like, half of them running Pantheon, but apart from that, there's a lot of different decks people are running. They're, like, going deep into this tournament, and likely will be, like, running to some success tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of Aphelios, a lot of Pantheons, Talia decks of all sorts. We saw some Sun Disc earlier still too. Lots of options. This is a very open seasonal. While the meta is kind of polarized, a lot of the decks do similar things and can therefore fit into lineups together. So there's a lot of variety for such a polarized meta. Not something you would normally expect. And we are just waiting on these gentlemen to get into the game. They're going to take a second, collect their heads, and see what they can do in this final round. See who's going to come out on top. We did get a chance to see Juju earlier, but just to remind the viewers, Juju's lineup is Pirates. It is that Ezreal Heimer Bandle City list. And the third one was another aggro deck. Spiders, maybe?
It was Spiders.
It was Spiders.
Yeah,
okay.
Spiders. And that is up against, of course, Sharkbait's Physophelios, Draven Scion, and Yuumi Pantheon.
So Juju definitely leaving that Yuumi Pantheon up. What's the ban? Is it Scion? Is it Aphelios? I think it has to be Aphelios. There's just so much healing potential available to that deck. It's not really an issue for it to run into aggro. Whereas Scion, you can kind of race sometimes. This is the burn-heavy Scion list, so I think it's a little bit better into the aggro myself, just because that race potential is there for Scion as well. But it should be a match nonetheless. We'll have a good set on our hands for this grand finals.
On the other side, I imagine you're just banning Pirates, probably. Pirates are just like the fastest aggro deck, generally, when you're playing all these, like, you know, Pantheon that, like, doesn't want to deal with aggro. Pirates is generally your ban.
Also, just typically the strongest deck out of Juju's lineup, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The most put together list.
What's wrong with Ezreal Heimer?
Nothing. It's great. I had a lot of fun trying to learn it and taking my LP away on patch day and then struggling to come back at the end. It's a deck. Juju's shown that it has some legs. B-Ball showed that it has some legs on patch day and whatnot, and it's come up, but there's a reason it fell off quite quickly, and that's all I'll leave it at.
Patch day is not Seasonal's lineup.
Yeah, not one I would consider, but still a decent option to close out your aggro lineup. I think it plays out a little bit differently, but it does have that race potential. It can make things awkward for your opponent. So we'll see if Juju can pilot it to another victory here.
I was originally of the mindset that this was the stronger version if you wanted to play a Ezreal deck compared to like Ezreal Kennen. But I think with the current, like, you know, big units meta, Ezreal Kennen with like the recalls and stuff might be better. It deals with Pantheon a hell of a lot better. It can like deal with Viego a bit. It can recall a Malphite.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta agree with you. I think Ezreal Kennen is not necessarily the strongest deck, but it does have a bit of a place in the meta, especially if you're trying to target something. And like we both talked about a little bit during this broadcast, when you know your deck better than your opponent does, and you can make things awkward for them in the ban phase, first of all, and then in the play phase, sometimes just having that unexpectedness can be a huge boon. But so we can conserve our brain cells, I'm going to cut us to a little bit of a break while we wait for these gentlemen to get into the top cut. Once again, huge shout out to Pepper.gg for coming together with Master Runeterra to bring this Gaming for Josh $500 charity tournament to all of you. We'll be right back. Thank you for sticking with us. We hope you're enjoying the show. Welcome back, guys. We've got the game up on the screen now, and it looks like round one is going to be that Ezreal Bandle City list up against Scion from the side of Sharkbait. And this is a decent opener from Sharkbait here. Boom Baboon and Zonite Urchin, definitely cards you want to be seeing. We'll see what Juju's got on his hands in just a second.
A fairly similar hand, all things considered. You know, you got the Flame Choppers and Boom on this side as well.
That's true. That's true. Both these decks want to play out very similarly, actually.
Oh, yeah.
With that early board-based damage into the burn spells to finish out.
Huh. Didn't like the Boom curve, I guess.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. I wonder why. Maybe it's just weak to all the pings and looking more for something like a Risen Rider, which can be quite powerful.
Well, I mean, on the other side, we do have essentially that same curve.
Oof. The discard into the Risen Rider, not necessarily what you want to be seeing here. Group Shot going to come out from the side of Juju, just stave off any early aggression.
Yeah, I imagine that Juju's trying, like, saying that, you know, this Draven Scion list is a little bit faster, has a slightly bigger units, so, you know, if you just block down with all these, you know, Boom Baboons and Chompers, eventually you'll have a Ezreal just 10 damage turn.
Yeah, and I think that's got to be the way he wants to play it, and it's probably the correct way to play it. This Ezreal deck can be quite tricky to play. There's a lot of different options, a lot of different lines to be taken. Scion a little bit more straightforward. Draven going to come down here, give us an axe to work with. But Juju has the option to just go ahead and go after it. And with only one survival skills in the list from Sharkbait, I imagine that you have to go for it. Juju agrees. And this sets us up nicely to go into this Zonite Urchin as well. And we could even develop the Pharaoh's Financier on the start of next turn if we so choose.
Sharkbait does have the surprise Reborn Grenadier with the Draven Axe. Or better yet, with Poro Cannon.
We'll see what he opts to do here. I don't think you can cast the Draven Axe without a unit, right?
Oh, you're right.
But I was thinking about that too.
Yeah.
Took me a second to clue in.
Yeah.
Juju found treasure trash off that Financier, though.
My god.
And then Sharkbait finds the Rummage here, which is going to be fantastic in this spot.
I think we're going to see... Yeah. Gotta start saving some life. You're getting way too low.
Mm-hmm. Taking 4 here, going down to 11. You're within lethal range, but Juju's only got 4 cards, one of which was manifested.
I hope we get to see it played.
Me
I
too.
feel like the game might be over a little soon, but, you know, Treasure Trash is a fun card to play when you're the one playing it.
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying as the opponent. What do they have? It could be anything. It could be 10 great cards. It could be 10 awful cards. But who knows? Just got to respect everything and anything under the sun.
Yeah. I mean, well, at some point, I feel like respecting it too much causes you to misplay a whole bunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think...
Thinking about, like, the worst case scenario, it's like, the amount that it gets in your mind is almost better than the actual cards itself.
Yeah, I know some EU friends of mine, Ace and Smooth Swallowist, are both quite big on the card for exactly that reason. They were saying, yeah, you know, you can just cast it, and then if you get nothing, the threat of it just lets you take a free turn and get your mana back, and they burn their entire turn.
Mm-hmm.
And that's good enough in a lot of spots. Just buying yourself one more turn, one more card draw, one more action can be very, very good. Juju opts to take the Mystic Shot there, save himself some more HP, and I like it a lot. Could maybe have chosen to give up one of these Flame Chompers just to protect even more, but taking 4, not going to be game-ending on the spot.
You know, it looks like we're about to see this Treasure Trash next turn or the turn after.
Yeah. We're saying it might be a little bit too slow, but looks like it's going to be just in time here for Juju. And I was kind of questioning if this Bandle City deck would be able to pull it out fast enough against the Scion, and it looks like, yeah, it can.
I mean, just manifest the best cards and you're fine.
True. True. That's why Pharaoh's Financier is in this deck. Manifest's such a strong...
PNZ Conchologist.
Yeah, it really is. Do you think we'll see it nerfed to a 2-1 as well?
Maybe. If they ever like readjust, you know, like the whole Lux Jace interactions, they'll probably also take a look at Financier.
They did already mention that they're gonna be allowing champions doubled spells to count as played as well, so that Lux Jace will start generating double lasers again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I feel about that. I think that the people are crying a little bit too much for an interaction that was changed to already be a little too strong, but you know, people like their power turns, and Riot's been kind enough to give it to them.
And would you say this treasure trash is going to come down to what it actually generates, because Sharkbait has all the burn in the world in hand right now.
Yeah, 12 HP is technically dead from the side of Juju. And this Flame Chomper's still on the board. Maybe should have taken the block last turn. Another axe generated means that there's plenty of fodder for these Get Exciteds. And now, will we see the treasure trash played? It's gonna come out.
Here we go. Let's spin the wheel.
It's Yogg-Saron all over again.
Oh yeah, we're playing Hearthstone now.
Some healing, a Dawning Shadows. Okay.
I don't know if this is quite it.
Sanctum Conservator is funny.
Yeah, well, and you also have the Catalyst to ramp faster. Or not Sanctum, I'm talking about a different card. I don't know what either of those cards are called. I'm talking about the one next to it, the Lifesteal one.
The Emerald Awakener.
That one.
That's the one. Yep.
So technically, Emerald Awakener Catalyst will have it active on Sharkbait's next attack turn.
Not going to be fast enough. I think Juju's just going to go ahead and play out all these spooky units. Could also, actually, maybe go for the Dawning Shadow onto one of these fearsome blockers so your Conservator can get in.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Technically, Sharkbait can buff a Poro, but, I mean, what are you discarding?
Your burn, and that's no good.
Juju's very happy about that.
Yeah, it looks like Juju sees it.
Well, it's not a bad treasure trash right there.
And this 3/3, if it is blocked and dies, we will see it generate another epic card for Juju. Lots of good options. It is from your regions, so some of the epic cards in this region. Is treasure trash epic? It's not, right? It's rare.
Actually, if Sharkbait goes for the Noxian Fervor, they do have a Mystic Shot out.
True. You can also fervor the Chompers.
What, 3/3?
I think this is the worst fervor target.
Wait, then your Chomp... Huh. Hold up.
Yeah. I don't know about this one.
Yeah.
Are we committing double Get Excited to the Sanctum Conservative now? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, so like now what happens here? Are you discarding Get Exciteds? Granted, you do have Scion, so like it's not unreasonable entirely. It's not great.
Have to commit this. I think this is fine for Sharkbait in the end.
Yep.
Would have been a little better to just discard the...
And just shoot the Chompers.
Yeah, just shoot the Chompers. Chump block with a Poro, but we're still kind of okay here, maybe. Depends on what we find.
Mystic Shock, Get Excited, and Static Shock. Static Shock looks very good right now.
Static Shock does look very good, but Get Excited into Get Excited can help you get there.
Get Excited was second. It was Mystic, then Get Excited, then Static. So
We do have the draw off of the
right.
thing. Zonite Urchin. So now,
Oh, wait a minute.
are we just dead? Second
If this
Scion.
Isn't that enough? That's enough.
So we're
You
not.
static and no, you win.
Yeah, you have to static Mystic Shock first,
Juju wins.
and then you get excited off of the draw.
Man,
Static
what a
comes out.
finish.
Yeah, Juju had it all calculated.
Yep.
Conveniently had all 3 of those cards on the top of the deck.
Oh yeah, of course.
Station
As
Archivist
any good,
does search top 5, so
as any good player would, Sharkbait's sitting over here and be like, "Wow, did I really lose to Treasure Trash?"
yeah. Yeah. That's maybe a little bit of a feels bad
Yeah.
moment, a little bit tilting. But still, got to keep your head in the game. You got potentially 2 more matches to play out here. And you
Yeah.
should have okay odds. Spiders can definitely lose. I've seen Spiders lose to Pantheon twice today. So we will see how it works out for Juju in this next matchup.
Ugh.
Sharkbait opting to run it back with the Scion. And this opening hand looks a little bit better than the last one. Zonite Urchin into Fallen Rider is fantastic.
Mm-hmm. On the side of Juju, Juju also has a pretty good opening hand, which you should see in a second.
Yeah, this is
I
solid.
see. Well, no 1-drops, but like from there it gets decent.
Unfortunately for Juju, you did really want to see a way to make double Stygians on this first turn.
Actually, it's a little unfortunate. There's 9 better 1-drops for the turn 1.
Come closer.
At least played out. Boom Baboon answers.
Yeah, unfortunately for Juju, Sharkbait kind of has fearsome blockers for days.
Mm-hmm.
Second Boom Baboon,
Hush.
Risen Rider, Sump Dredger, Draven if you really need to.
Even the Flame Chopper is going to stop this 1-1 from getting in. Sharkbait saving all the HP he can.
Guessing Sharkbait's just on the game plan, just go as wide as possible. Because that's certainly what Juju's trying to do. Oh.
Yeah, I like this. Just push what damage you can while you still can.
I didn't know if it was necessary because, like, you have inevitability with Scion. They don't, so you don't need to push damage necessarily.
That's true, but this is the burn heavy version, so given that you may...
Against a deck like Spiders, is your 4 damage now worth Chompers?
I think it has to be. The Chompers isn't going to be able to block many of these fearsome units. Yeah, I like this play a lot from Sharkbait. Tossing that survival skill is going to let him block into one of these fearsome units and keep his own up. Still saving as much damage as he can. And is going to be able to open attack for another 4 here, if he chooses.
I mean, at this point, if they block with 3-2, you're pretty happy.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Juju or unless Sharkbait wants to push another 4 damage, though.
Second Draven picked up is actually going to be pretty good in this matchup as well.
Yeah, I think he's Draven into Reborn Grenadier and just push so much damage.
I like it.
Like, Juju can't play this,
I pull the strings.
what's the thing? Doom Beast? Because it's not. You can, but it's not great. So at this point, there's only one fearsome blocker.
Oh, now the Doom Beast is going to come out.
Yeah, in that case, I don't think you try to pull. I think there's a reasonable argument to, before the Doom Beast comes down, instead of playing the extra Poro.
I agree with you.
Do you Grenadier here?
No, you want to save it for
Yeah,
next turn,
there's-
so that way you have a fearsome blocker at burst speed, and you can go Whirling Death onto. You can give your Draven an axe, Whirling Death, and take a block onto the spider, letting Draven level up as well.
Yeah. Like that spider blocking is not great for you.
I think this is looking very good for Sharkbait from this position.
You won't
Yeah, for sure.
long.
Probably gonna see the Grenadier come out now.
Block the Elise.
You could even put an axe on the Poro. You could axe the Poro.
You do
Take
want to
the
level the
Doom Beast.
Draven, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
Juju's
well-
just going to go ahead and hit the FF.
Yeah.
And that takes us to game 3.
We're gonna see what is this? Spiders versus
Pantheon, most
likely
likely.
Pantheon.
Almost certainly the Pantheon.
Yeah, I would hope so. All right, this is the final game. See who wins the Pepper tournament. Not Pepper. That's the name of the site. What's it called?
Gaming for Josh.
Gaming for
500.
Josh tournament.
Yeah, it is an anti-cancer organization, charity for children with cancer. It's brought to us by, I gotta check what the actual charity is. The name has escaped me at this point. It's been a long night. West Coast Kids for Cancer Foundation. That's what it is. So, Pepper.gg was kind enough to partner up with the West Coast Kids for Cancer Foundation and Mastering Terror to bring you guys this $500 tournament. Once again, huge shout outs to them. They've done a very good thing bringing this tournament to us. And I am going to go ahead and drop the donation link in the chat once we get to this point. So that way you guys can maybe chip in and support the cause if you so choose. No obligation, of course, but it is a good cause. And we should do what we can to support these kids going through a very difficult time.
Are you the one?
Sharkbait just going to go ahead and take all the blocks he can here. Conserve as much HP as possible. And this hand is not the best from Juju, but it is a good start.
Yeah, it's
There's
Sharkbait doesn't have the best into this deck either, but luckily Juju just doesn't have the pressure for now.
And if
With
you're
only these two
Sharkbait,
dragons.
do you just single combat here? Take out the Elise. Don't let it develop a blocker.
Yeah.
Work towards your Pantheon level up. Looks like he agrees.
Yeah, that sounds good. Also, just because, like, you know, Spiders is going to go wider than you, so any change you can try to get, like, board parity, it's gotta be good.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
It also means that you have a fearsome blocker.
And that's gonna maybe... That Skitter is not a bad pickup. Would have been better with the Elise on board. Juju has the option to go for a Stalking Shadows instead, and maybe find himself a couple more Stygians.
Yeah, it's just not looking good for Juju at the moment. Because, you know, by turn 7, you gotta win before then, or else Pantheon's gonna start clapping in for whoever knows how much.
And the Doom Beast was found. The Stygian's gonna get absolutely stuffed by the Blinded Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, if you play Blinded Mystic, that just stops your entire attack.
Could have also just slammed the Pantheon there, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options from the side of Sharkbait here. This is kind of why I don't have faith in Spiders. You don't draw that super wide aggro opener and you're in a very bad spot.
I mean, it has the sort of same triple one-drop dependency that, Pirates does. Although, Pirates with Misfortune is a bit more impactful in, like, removing blockers than something like Elise. And, if you draw Skitterer but no spiders, it does a whole lot less.
And here's another single combat coming up from the side of Sharkbait just to take out this Elise before she can generate a spider yet again. Spiders needs a little bit of support at this point. I want a couple more spider cards. Doesn't even need to be good.
Do
Yeah.
you want spiders to be good?
I don't want spiders necessarily to be good, but I want Elise to be able to be played, Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be an aggro slanted spider card. It could be something slower. Just something playable. The ones we've gotten are just so bad. Right? We have that one that buffs, it's a 2/5 that buffs up all your spiders. That's a permanent buff at the very least, but
I'm sorry, what card?
It's a 4-mana 2/5 spider in Noxus that when it attacks grants all your other spiders +2 attack. I don't know the name of it. There's also the other one that's Bad Callista. I don't know the name of that one either. But they exist. These cards are real.
Do they? See, you're saying these things, and I'm not sure they exist.
I'm gonna go look up the names then.
Yeah.
They exist.
Because I don't think I've ever seen these played.
I'll find them.
Oh, look.
Not a whole lot to commentate on what's going on in the game
There's,
state. Juju just getting kind of stuffed by this big board from Pantheon.
Sharkface just coming in and saying, I'm the aggro deck now. So there's Soul Spinner, Shrieking Spinner, and Arachnoid Host.
Yep, those are the ones. Arachnoid Host has been in the
Host.
game since the beginning, I think. That's the 5/3, right?
Yeah, that's the one that I know, probably just because it's been in the game since forever, but Shrieking Spinner, when was this introduced?
A while ago.
Who knows? Anyway.
Camp 4 comes down. Now we have 3 Overwhelm units on the board, and Juju may be reconsidering bringing spiders.
Yeah, that Skitter is a little lackluster there.
Super happy with this attack.
Yeah, you can't push lethal this turn, and like next turn you're gonna be hitting for like 20 damage, so no need to send in anything else.
Also have the Guiding Touch just as some last bit of reassurance here.
Yep.
Go to 7, but that's a Decimate plus another Fervor, which is 2 top decks, and your board's wide enough that you're chumping forever. Oh, Juju. Did super well to get to this point, but...
Oh, second guiding just to rub it in.
That's third Elise. Not really what you want to see. Elise can be really good in this matchup if double drawn early, letting you flip her, but as we saw, Sharkbait had the 2 single combats to deal with the first couple, and now is just chilling. If you Sharkbait, do you ever just start cycling these guidings to look for a Cataclysm or something, maybe?
I think it doesn't matter. You've got 2 guiding touch. This Pantheon's gonna get lifesteal here, so you know you're fine.
And it did, in
Yep,
fact,
there
get
it is.
lifesteal.
I can't.
Poor Juju.
Yeah.
Played so well. Showed us a fantastic couple games on that Vandal City burn list. But then was
It's just-
let down by spiders.
There's the That is. I mean that's game. Just not that it matters, but yep, there it is.
Mm-hmm. Cataclysm was picked up, and game is going to end on the defensive token for Sharkbait. Juju doesn't even get the chance to draw into the burn that he needs.
Congrats to Sharkbait.
Yeah, did ask to be on stream. Well, buddy, we got you on stream. We hope you appreciated it. We're glad to see you take it all the way home. I for one am a big fan of the lineup. I was very happy to see the games play out the way they did. A little sad for Juju. Juju's a cool guy. But, second place, not bad. Not bad. It's
Not
nice.
bad.
Still going to be able to take home a little bit of money himself. But that is going to be it from us tonight. No winner's interview, unfortunately. I'm a little bit too tired.
We gotta play seasonals tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta do a little bit of prep still. I haven't fine-tuned my
Oh,
lineup
goodness.
yet. It's late. I gotta eat dinner. But thank you so much for joining me tonight, Phansora. It was a great cast. I hope you had a good time.
Yeah, it was a good time.
And once again, thank you to Pepper.gg for sponsoring the tournament and setting up this wonderful charity tournament for West Coast Kids for Cancer Foundation and Gaming for Josh. If you guys want to donate, the link will be in the chat. I will spam it a couple times here, and I'll spam it again when we get to this point in the stream again. Thank you all for joining us and sticking around through this great tournament. We hope you enjoyed it, and we hope you all find some success in the seasonal tournament tomorrow. We hope you all fulfill your seasonal dreams, and if you don't manage, because not everybody can, we hope you learn something from the experience and that you can take it into the future and advance your tournament game. Thank you guys. That'll be it for us tonight. Have a good one.